blowing up the J, got the loud jumping up the bag. Everything I'm on slab. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping up the bag. Vibe blowing up my J, got the loud jumping up the bag. Everything I'm on slab.
We've been with the Brazilians. This would be the first.
They wild, I think.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy?
Better boss up, nigga.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the Wake Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne in this ish.
New world order.
The king of kings, the king of content, the speaker of truth, yours truly, the notorious one.
New world order.
AKA Mr. Coachellini, better known as the prognosticator Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than Smells Like Teen Spirit. EWF, that is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO Niggero of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg
Your
Greg.
third leg was just
Also,
phenomenal.
the man with one trabajo, that is you punk ass Mitches. The Mitch Slapper. You can call me the Anointed One.
Acknowledge me.
Punks. The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the Mating Matrix, the chocolated Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names, just call me Malo Poppy. Just call me Don Gregorio. Just call me Poppy Chulo. Or you can call me CGA. That is C God Allah. And I am Get 'em Daddy Season, the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube, Mr. Daddy AF is in the building. We got a great show for you today, lined up for you today. We got a traditional conservative for you legacy ass niggas is in the building. We're going to hurt your feelings today. We have a traditional conservative white wife, a white wife who destroys her good marriage in 5 minutes or less. 5 minutes or less. All right, we got a TRAD conservative, traditional conservative wife, a white wife. You know, in America, a white wife means a lot. They all want to be wives, except the liberal whores. All right, but the white wives, that's the destination that they seek, the traditional white wife. All right, but this white wife is going to jump on Al Gore's internet and shit all over her husband. She going to shit the bed. Let's show you this white wife right here. And, of course, she 40 years old and zooted. All right, she's zooted, 40-year-old white wife. There she is right there. All right, she going to jump on Al Gore's internet and give her a whole marriage to business. Essentially, she's saying, I'm going to sum it up and say,
I'm going to the streets. End of story.
Right, that she going to the streets. All right, she said, I'm headed to the Mickey Ficky.
In the streets.
I'm going to break down what she means here, but she's going to destroy her marriage and why we suggest for you men, marriage is a one-sided contract. It is not for you. No legal marriage. All right, it is not for you in the United States of America. We also have more progressive news. We have an update from the Democratic Socialist candidate, and I don't know his name right off the top of my head. He is running for mayor of New York City. All right, Gotham City's mayoral candidate.
New world order.
His name is Zoran Mamdani. All right, I don't know if I got that right. I've been hearing about him. I haven't been paying too much attention. But he's apparently part of the Socialist Party of the Democratic Socialist Party of America.
New world order.
He has an update on how he wants to abolish the traditional family and some more things that one Coach Stradamus has predicted. All right, it starts in Gotham City.
New world order.
All right, we got him coming up here on Doom and Gloom CGA. And him following the predictions that I've been telling you about and the secret sauce of socialism. All right, they don't tell you this part. That part of socialism they never tell you about. All right, they'll be like, oh, everything will be fair and everything will be balanced and equal and everybody will live off the fat of the land. They don't tell you this part of socialism.
New world order.
All right, so New York, you're up next. All right, or as Goldberg says, you're next.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
Okay, so we got a great show for you lined up today. We have Agree or Disagree, which is going to be a shit show. All right, you know when Agree or Disagree comes up, we got a shit show coming up. All right, it's not going to make sense. All right, and I'm going to have you guys contribute in the chat and vote, and you guys are going to screw it up. All right, that's what's going to happen. So we're going to go all off the rails. Plus, we have a crime and law CGA, a potential alleged update on the Anthony Edwards situation. All right, and CGA was right once again. I hate being right. I hate being right. All right, sometimes I'm wrong. All right, but when I'm wrong, an Asian girl is underneath me.
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right, when I'm wrong, an Asian girl is definitely underneath me, for sure. All right? Wait, where it is, right here, right here.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right, anytime I'm wrong. All right, any Wongs in here? Any women last name Wong? All right, come see me after class.
American people ain't kind of fuck.
All right, come see me after class. All right, I got something for you Wongs. All right, that's the only time I'm wrong. Anyway, you guys get it. Just I'm trying to be funny in the morning. I haven't even warmed up yet. But to contribute to today's show, $, the Notorious CGA on the Cash App. It is Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. PayPal, it is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat.
New world
On the Free
order.
Agent Lifestyle channel. You can click the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You guys have been a great audience, a great show. I appreciate you guys for being here. And we're going to have a good time. We're going to get you through your workday expeditiously. And we're going to get to the earlier contributors to today's show. And we won't have a 45-minute monologue while I laying on you normies, all right? And you punk-ass men. All right, punk-ass men. Yes, indeed. Too Short used to call you punk-ass bitches. All right, for sure. All right, the men of today are some punk-ass bitches. They are. They are. The men of today, y'all some punks, man. And the bar is in hell. All right, the more and more I see, The bar is in hell, all right, in terms of everything. Dating, expectations out of life. You guys are some true underachievers out here. All right. You guys have no... See, the problem is you don't even know well, here's the real problem here. I'm going to tell you the real problem real quick.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
All right. That's the real problem. But here's the real problem. This is what you don't know. This is what you don't know. Life is short, but it's long. You know what I mean? Life is short. Here's my life lesson. Who wants a life lesson? This is what you come here for. This is the shit that you come here for. This is the life lesson shit. You know what I mean? This is why I continue to be who I am. Where's my dream scenario shit? All right, you punk ass Mitches. All right, because I can't stand these punk ass men today, you fucking punk ass men. All right, but anyway, I'm going to tell you what the real problem is. See, life is short, but it's long. And it's short when you look at it from a certain position in life. Like you look at your age, you're like, okay, I'm 30. I'm going to be dead in 50 years. All right. Or less, sometimes more. All right. But the Undertaker, you're like, damn, I'm only going to get 50 more years. Well, imagine being 50 and you're like, I'm only going to get 25 more years or 20 or 10 or 5. You're like, life is short. But life is long when you're living out consequences. See? When you're living out consequences of decisions you did or did not make when you're young, life is long. Yeah. See, the problem is you cannot turn back the hands of time and correct many times what those decisions were, right? So you were like, damn, life is short. Oh, fuck it. If I fuck up, it's a short life anyway. But when you're living out the consequences of being a punk ass, Mitch ass man, and you're living out that consequence for 20, 30, 40 years, that shit is longer than a motherfucker. Yeah, it's long living out badass consequences. It's like going to prison. You make a dumbass decision when you're 26, and they're like, you get 30 years. You're like, life ain't short then. Life is longer than a motherfucker. You know what I mean? You just counting, crossing out days on the calendar. Life is long as fuck. You're like, boy, life is long. This shit is terrible. It don't speed through. It be tiptoeing through the calendar. All right, living out consequences of a dumbass decision, being a weak ass, beta male, a punk ass Mitch. When you live your life as a punk ass Mitch, life becomes long as a motherfucker. I'm going to tell you, man. So life is short, but it's long. You get what I'm saying? Life is short, but it's long. You literally made dumbass decisions to be a punk ass Mitch. And now look at your Mitch ass now. All right. 30, 40, 50, 60. You know what I mean? You got to live 30, 35 years just being a fat, slovenly pig. You know what I mean? You got to live in 35 years of being a fat, slovenly pig. How many times you going to walk up and down stairs and lose your breath? How many times you got to look at your big, fat, sweaty belly in the mirror? How many times you got to look at your face, your big, fat face and triple chin in the mirror? See, them days, every time you look in front of that mirror for 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years, being a punk-ass Mitch, all right? That's long, all right? So you're living out negative consequences. It's long, all right? But when you're healthy like me and you're trying to win in life, life is short, all right? And then by the time you win, time's up, all right? They're like, well, the good news is you won in life. The bad news is you'll be dead in short order. All right, so you only got 5, 10, 15, maybe 10 years to enjoy it. All right, but the earlier you get this mindset, the longer you get to live out your winnings. All right. All right, for sure, man. Yes, you don't want to do that. So life is short, but it's long. That's CGA's philosophy for the day. That's my winning philosophy that somebody's going to steal. Somebody's going to steal it. I see everybody loves men in love. Men are in love. Women are in business. They love that one. All right, that's firing up. Anytime you see a comment, all right, I just scroll a random Instagram post And there it is. Men are in love, women are in business. All right. That's one of my biggest contributions to this space, to the world. Indeed. The world indeed. Shout out to our brother. It is Zach the God. He says, suggest lotto numbers. He says, you win everything else. Well, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't suggest any lotto numbers. All right. You know, at least not give it out for you guys. All right. I'll keep it to myself. All right. I'll keep it to myself. But anyway, somebody says fun is short, suffering is long. Shout out to no government name. I'm a legacy money mindset member. Great program, by the way. How do I access the Conquer and Unapologetically Masculine courses? Free agent lifestyle for life. All right. You know what? Because I'm migrating it over from Teachable to another platform. And it is time consuming to organize it. And plus I have to be able to sit down for hours upon hours to upload, migrate. So it hasn't completely migrated over yet. But when it does, I'll let everybody know. All right. Thank you for being a legacy member of the Money Mindset. Shout out to our brother. It is Jay. I was dealing with this woman. She was newly Christian and sanctified. Always on my back about Sky Daddy. Anyway, I hit them guts. Sometimes Rosky, and all was chill. We were casual. I saw her on Bumble, a newly made account, asking for a godly man, all while doing Satan's work. Shout out to you right there, man. Clapping them godly cheeks. A sanctified woman right there. Ain't it funny? Ain't it funny when you know the other side of women and you know the other side that they portray their public image and what they do in private, the angel side and the devil side? It's a fun thing. And of course, then some unsuspecting man gets hit over the head and clobbered, thinking he's getting one thing and he's got the other. Here's the thing. You know, shout out to the newly sanctified Christian women. They turn their life over to the Lord for all their sins to be washed away and be redeemed. Shout out to you wonderful sisters. Stay far the way, a hell away from me. I have no interest in your bullshit. All right, I have no interest in your bullshit. Grab them cakes. All right, grab them ankles. Fucking get up. That's how I do them stank hoes. All right, but anyway, because I know what you were doing before you came over to the Lord. All right, and you're going to do it again with me. All right, don't think you're going to repackage that punani over to me and be redeemed. All right, I don't redeem the sinners. All right, I dunk on the sinners. Now, here's the thing, man. I had this one godly woman herself, and she was always screaming about the Lord and holding her Bible and all of that shit. All right, she used to talk all that shit, ran all the way through her body, everywhere. All right, and all the way. Why? And this is why. This is what the Lord reminded you of, and this is why it is not advertised well for women to be promiscuous. And men should not be promiscuous at all, but we should sow our seeds. I know it's hypocritical. I know it's a double standard, but fuck y'all. But for women, once they realize and open that up, once they become sexual, all right, it is hard for them to put that away. So it's hard for them to not integrate that into relationships. Now, some women do attempt it. They become celibate or they become repackaged virgins, and then but it's hard for them to put it away. All right, they ran through 50 bodies by 25. It's hard for them to be able to settle down because they've had access, sex, and pleasure. So it's hard for them to be faithful. It's hard for them not to look for that. So yes, once they've been that, it is hard for them to now turn that away. Because yeah, man, ran through all of that. Ran all through that body. All right, and I was like, damn, you giving me that too? All right, fuck it. I'll take that whole too. And she liked it. Ooh, and she liked it. Ooh, she liked it. And I was like, Lord, have mercy, boy. I heard about the Lord all these weeks, and all of a sudden, cheeks. All right, but it's all good here. I don't trust a Christian woman. I don't trust Christians in general. Christians are phony to me, but that's neither here nor there. Shout out to all my Christians. If you're a Christian, press 1 in the chat. All right, especially a black Christian. All right, a black Christian person. Y'all don't even know who y'all praying to. Y'all praying to the white man's God. All right. And if you're a black American Christian, all right, shout out to you. All right, but y'all some confusing motherfuckers. Y'all confused. All right, you playing to the white man's God. Y'all don't know who you praying to. You playing to your slave masters, Lord. Fuck that. All right, anyway. Shout out to the questions. The black Christians, you know, the Southern black Christians, you definitely play into the white man's God. Right? But that's neither here nor there. It's some bullshit. Right? And do not bring that white man, God, Lord shit over to me. I don't want to. No, not me. Not me. Okay, shut the fuck up. I wake up every day and choose violence. Yes, I'm very opinionated. I'm very opinionated. All right, but anyway. The Christians are mad at me already. All right, shout out to Dre. Dre the Dream. Shout out to you. Appreciate y'all. Okay, sorry. All right. Okay, here we go right here. Hey, don't be offended. Don't be offended this morning. Sorry, Christians. I talked about the Jews earlier. All right, where's Myron? I'll bring Myron in to bring some balance to the show. All right, let him talk about the you-skis. All right, or the you-know-who-ishes. All right, anyway. All right, shout out to Derek Year. Says, hey, coach. He says, I'm 24. I've upgraded my income to $80K a year. Let's go. All right, he says, I drive a 2020 Honda Civic, but I want a 2020 BMW 3 Series cash. And he says, is it a smart buy or should I focus on my business? Appreciate you a lot. There's just a little more information that I need. I can't just be like, yeah, just go for it. All right, because I would have to know how much you have in reserves. Do you have money for repairs? The money for repairs for a Civic is different than the money for repairs for a BMW. If you had reserves for it and you had some money to lose just in case, yeah, good. All right, what was the purpose of it? All right, should you stay with this? Do you want to build your business for a couple of years first before you get into that particular purchase? All right, because, yeah, the BMW repairs are much different than the Honda Civic repairs. All right, and, you know, so if you don't have any reserves and you could use those reserves possibly to advance your business, then be patient. Or for a couple of years, all right, a year or two. But, you know, if you do have the reserves and you do have more money to pour in your business, then it could be a good move. But there's a lot of more information that I would need. All right. Do you have a girlfriend? Are you going to get a girlfriend? Look, when you start riding a little bit cleaner, bitches want to get in the car. All right. Now, it might not be the girl you want, but like I was pulling out of this coffee shop this morning in the G-Wagon. All right. And I go into the coffee shop. I order my coffee. All the girls in there know who I am. They be like, hi, Mr. Negro. I pick up my coffee and they're like, they know my preferences. They know I need a stopper. They know what I need. They're like, you need the napkin. You need the cover. All right. They're like, hi, Mr. Negro. Good to see you again. And I'm pulling off and this sister's driving by the Kia in a Kia, just waving me. Hi, Mr. Negro. All right. So if you get that type of vehicle, most likely you're going to attract a certain type of person, woman, and then now all of a sudden she's in your car and there goes your reserves. Your reserves are gone bye-bye. And now you lost focus and your business is not there. So there's a lot going on there. But people, now, not that women flag me and wave me down often, but it happens. They be like, hi, Mr. Negro, let's talk. Can we talk for a minute? They happy to get in the car. Are they happy to get in the car? Some women try to downplay it, but yeah. Shout out to our brother. It is Mr. B says, Coach, that Sha'Carri Richardson body cam footage is diabolical. Fellas, a woman like that will 100% ruin your life. Hopefully you can break that down because she pulled out all the tactics, even though she was caught in 4K. Shaking my head. There is new video of her being interviewed and sequestered by the police and detained, if you will. And she was going through it. All right. She definitely was in crash out mode and she was definitely stressed out. All right. She was definitely highly stressed out because she was rambling about the mouth. Any of you niggas get in front of the police, try to be a little bit more careful on what you're telling her. But I did have to look up how old she was. And I was quite surprised at how young she is. She's a young lady, 25 years old. I mean, yeah, she's quite a young lady. I thought she was a bull dagger. What happened? What did I miss? Okay. I thought she was a bulldagger. All right, now she got a whole boyfriend and a fiance. All right, shit be changing too fast in front of me. She was a bulldagger in the 2020 Olympics. Remember, she had a whole bulldagger girlfriend, and then all of a sudden, am I wrong? Am I tripping? I mean, I'm trying to keep up with all the shit. All right, but wasn't she from New Orleans and her mama died? Remember, because she was smoking weed and her mama or her grandmama died or some shit like that, and she had a bulldagger girlfriend. Now she's not gay no more. She been delivered. All right, now she a bisexual. There's no such thing as a lesbian. All right, there's no such thing. And for the people who are watching me for the first time, I've said this shit for a long time. I'm just rehashing. There's no such thing as a lesbian. We do have lesbian coach game members in the building. Shout out to you, lesbian. Where the bulldaggers at? Press 1 in the chat if you're a bulldagger. All right, you know what I'm talking about. Any lipstick lesbians in the building? Shout out to you. We welcome them all. We're non-denominational. We welcome white people, black, Puerto Rican, or Asian, the Malaysians, the Haitians, and all of that shit. Shout out to Mr. Barbecue. They put a hit on you. Okay,
It's barbecue in there.
all right, and we welcome the gays, the bulldaggers, the lesbians, the lipstick lesbians, and the butches. All right, Mitch ass niggies. All right, the ayo chill ass niggies.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
All right, but here's the thing: there's no such thing as a lesbian. All right, I mean, meaning the woman is not always going to be strictly not dickly. All right, they're not gonna not get penetrated. They're not gonna not want a warm dick at some particular point. They're all gonna take a dick. Like, they're all going to take a dick at some particular point. They can have a whole girlfriend. And trust me, I've been on here. I've had lesbian girlfriends that I serviced in my life. So they're gonna take a dick. Like, they might take a manufactured dick. They might take one a strap on, or they might take a warm dick at some particular point. Like, they might be one of them like, I love my girl, but I need a warm dick. A throbbing one. So they gonna get one. And if you get one of them, what do they call them? A stud. She'll take one if she need rent paid. She'll take a dick. She'll be like, God damn, man, you know, I've been struggling. All right. I've been struggling. My Suzuki Kawasaki motorcycle is down bad. All right. I don't know what to do. And you be like, always got a punani. You have to remind her. You still got a punani at the end of the day. So how bad is the bind? How bad is the motorcycle injury? She can still get slayed. All right. So it'd be like, well, you can take a dick at the end of the day. And she had to think about it and go, I guess I'm strictly not undickly. All right. So I guess I can take a dick. All right. And guess what? She can get the pipe.
Trying.
So she'll be like, I guess I'll go ahead and do it. She'll do it. She'll do it. So there's not a whole 100% that she's not going to go. And shout out to all I've actually coached and worked with a lot of these women. So I don't hold this against you. Yeah. You know what I mean? So anyway, this is just information that you might use in your life. All right, but anyway. Or she did take one previously before she turned 100% strictly no dickly. All right, but anyway. Where are the girls at? They quiet today, girls. All right, they playing basketball right now. They don't want to talk to me. All right. They out at basketball practice right now. So they're not here. They'll watch the replay. What are we doing here? NGN says, when men say they want a woman who loves them for them, he says, do you think it is the men just secretly wanting to be manipulated by a woman that makes their ego believe it? He says, I heard women say they hate indifferent men. They can't be controlled. CGA never missed. Here's your flowers. They hate indifferent men. They don't know what to do. You're quite perplexing because they love emotional guys. That's why, another reason why Pookie and Ray Ray gets girls. All right, people think it's just because he's Pookie and he's broke. But Pookie is emotionally unbalanced. He argues all the time with them. He wastes his time. He has access to dope. it's not just because he's a broke guy, because broke guys think one-dimensionally. Oh, I know broke guys that get girls all the time. And so you'll say, so I'll be a broke niggy. But you're emotionally balanced. You weren't raised by a herd of hyenas. You actually have ambition in life. You don't move dope. You don't traffic dope. You don't sit up and argue with women, right? That's why Pookie gets a lot of these things. It's not just because he's one-dimensional, a broke guy. So when you see a guy like that getting access to women, it is not because, he's reckless with his body. He has 4 baby mamas. You have no baby mamas. Pookie will fight in the middle of the street at 2 o'clock in the morning with this strag. You won't. You go to bed because you got to get up for 6:30 for your shift at Jiffy Lube. You're a responsible man. You a ladies man. You a good boy. You won't, you got guns and you won't pull none. Pookie will. Pookie will pull one on his girl. His pregnant girl. You see, it's not just because he's broke. There's a lot of layers and dimensions to the Pookie. He's not indifferent. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. He's a victim. Pookie, you have all your cars. You have your car registered. You have a driver's license that's not expired. Pookie has neither. Pookie doesn't even have a license plate on the back of his car, let alone the tags not expired. He has a license plate that doesn't match the vehicle in the front windshield. It's not because he's broke. There's layers to Pookie, right? And that's why he got time for these skeezers. Skeezers you will never fuck. Pookie don't have a job. The last job he had, he got fired in 2 days. It's not just because he's broke. So people just have to stop using that. I see broke dudes getting girls all the time. Well, there's layers to a broke niggy. You're right here. All right, goodness gracious, man. Stop just using one lane and being like, well, this is why they're successful and this is why he's not. Well, money. They'll say dudes with money are successful. All right, well, she only likes him because he got money. Well, that's just one reason why. That's not the entire reason why. That's part of it. Let me get on with this part of the show, though. It's Doom and Gloom CGA. Okay, that's what we're going to do first. All right, and we're going to do it live. Hit the like button. Doom and Gloom CGA brought to you by the
New world order.
Pookie cries at night. He does. So does Chad, and so forth and so on. Let's take you to it. Doom and Gloom CGA. We have struggle zone going on out here. I feel bad for the people. No, I don't. But I feel bad for the people of America today. They are really in struggle zone, and they really don't know what to do. They have no plan. They misguided and undecided. They have no direction, and they end up in my lap. All right, ladies, I try to be monogamous. No, I don't. But there's just too many women in the bind out here, and it's get 'em daddy season out here.
Get 'em, daddy.
I got to take advantage of the disadvantaged at this particular point, so don't be mad at me. We're going to pull up a sister who can't resist her. Red beans and rice didn't miss her. And here she is crying on Al Gore's internet. And take a look at this. All right, not bad, sister. A little top heavy. Not a big fan of top heavy bitches, but it's not like I will turn you down. All right, and she got her wig and her weave ready to go, and she is in a bind. All right, so let's go ahead and see what's going on with this young woman out here and see if we can break it down.
I just lost my job today. No warning. No, nothing. They wouldn't even tell me why. I don't know. I didn't do anything wrong. I have no savings.
Oh, the humanity.
I have nothing.
Let you get it through your
I just don't.
that I'm broke.
I got in the exit interview and they said, today's gonna be your last day. My manager, my director was on the call. And then they were like, the decision has already been made, so we really don't have anything to hear from you.
You get it through your thick
You're gonna get
skull
paid
that
for the
I'm
one day you
broke.
worked in August, and we'll give you your commission check, and that's the last of it. And end the call on me.
You get it through your thick skull that I'm broke. Dead, flat, stony broke. I've got $3.85 in my purse.
All right. Fixes Binds LLC might be able to help you out, sister. All right. Fixes Binds LLC is here for you. All right. Just to let you guys know, it's Get 'em Daddy season out here, man. This is a nice young piece of Tinder right there. Nice young Tinder, front rack oriented. All right, I can see her. She top heavy and shit, spilling all out of that sports bra. All right, but I can see that. That's a fine young Tinder right there. She'll do. She'll do for the evening. I can take care of that.
You get it through your thick skull that I'm broke.
Yeah. All right. So if you need a little bit of something, Daddy can put hands on hips for you. It'll be a one-off. All right.
Okay, Daddy.
It'll be a one-off. It ain't gonna be much. It'll get you through maybe a grocery trip or something.
Okay, Daddy.
All right, but I might be able to help. But this is why I've been telling you, man, the bar is in hell in dating, romance, relationships, work ethic, career, salaries, and so forth and so on. As you guys know, since the DEI has been wiped off the slate, 350,000 African-American women have lost their job. All right, you have people being displaced. They have no potential job leads, and they don't have any money. They don't have anything in reserves. So this is what you're seeing. You're seeing a growing population of young people like this, and older people are going to be in this situation too. Even if they have a job, it's hard to survive off of one income. It's hard to survive off of one income. I don't care how old you are. You got to be making above and beyond, especially in some municipalities and metropolises. So this is going to be the norm, all right? And this could be an opportunity if you have leverage and options to be able to take advantage of it, all right? Because you can put a little bit of, you know what I mean? Let me help you out. Let me go in my pocket. Let me go in my pocket, see what I got. Oh, I got a little something for you. All right, I got a little something for you, young Tinder. All right, but let me just say this in all seriousness. She's lying. All right, first of all, if she's crying, she's lying. Any woman crying on Al Gore's internet is lying or she's begging. All right, she's operating. She's putting the simple whistle out there. So she's playing the victim. She's lying. All right, so I don't trust a crying woman on the internet. I don't even trust a crying woman in person. All right, as soon as I see a woman crying, I'm like, all right, it was her fault. Number two, I can tell she's lying because she said, I didn't do nothing. She's a didn't do. All right, I got fired and I didn't do nothing. All right, I didn't get no warning. They didn't tell me anything and so forth and so on. This is a lie. All right, they done told you 50 times already. This is like when people say they got ghosted and nobody told them what happened. I was like, no, they told you already. You just didn't get the fucking clue. And it was like, I ain't going to explain it no more. All right, and by the third time, they ghosted your ass. They told you one time, two times, and your dumb ass didn't listen. You did it a third time, and they dipped. Same thing as this job employer right here. All right, they told you once, told your ass twice, you did it a third time, and they just said, get the fuck out. Get all your shit and go. Well, what did I do? Okay, if you too dumb and dim-witted to figure out what you did, all right, you too dumb for me to even tell you for the third time. Just get the fuck out. All right, so that's what happened. She came late because she had to drop her little crumb snatcher at the daycare center and catch the city bus and came late to work again. All right, that's what happened. All right, that's what happened. And you're useless at this job. We got a computer and AI that can accomplish the little bit of job and work that you do here. So get the fuck out. All right, get the fuck out. So that's number one and number two and number three, nigga. That's A, B, and C. And how about this? Cue up the tears. All right, there's always a cue up the tears. All right, right here to go ahead and record the video. Is this not on the side of your face? I mean, this is ridiculous out here. But anyway.
I just lost my job today. No warning. No nothing.
Lies. Lies. No warning, no nothing. All right, nah, they warned you, all right. All right, no job, just they'll fire you without warning. All right, so you did something.
They wouldn't even tell me why.
Okay, she covered her face. You see that? She covered her face as she said that. They wouldn't even tell me why. They did. They did the first 2 times. Not the 3rd time, though. All right, you're out of here.
I don't know. I didn't do anything wrong.
All right, anybody that says I didn't do anything wrong is dead ass wrong. Didn't do. All right, look up what didn't do's. That comes from the racist white supremacists. It's not like they it's not that like always wrong. All right, didn't do is right. I didn't do nothing. All right, the police pulled me over and gave me a ticket. Now I didn't do nothing. All right, I was in class and the teacher yelled at me. I didn't do nothing, and they always did something. And it's the lack of awareness that literally tells me that you deserve to get fired. It's the lack of awareness. All right, and some people just don't have good awareness. So I didn't do nothing. All right, I didn't do nothing. All right, people don't get fired for not doing nothing. By the way, she can come over here and get a bind fixed out here.
Okay, daddy.
All right, she looks like she could get a damn bind fixed, at least onesie twosies. All right, not permanently though, because she didn't do nothing. All right, she didn't do nothing. Matter of fact, you got fired because you didn't do nothing. All right, matter of fact, that's why you got fired. You didn't do nothing. I'm a didn't do.
I have no savings.
Not a shock. You have a wig though.
I have nothing.
Man, they be telling you niggies. All right, this is why the bar is low. They be out here telling you what you ain't got. But sure enough, when they get in a bind and they start begging, you're going to find out that they ain't got nothing either. All right, they got Nathan. All right, as I tell you young men, because I do try to provide counsel for young men, because I know it's a struggle out here. Y'all ain't got shit. And y'all be like, these hoes be trying to check us and put us a check, and they be wanting us to spend and all this shit. I get it, man. I get it. It's tough out there for you youngins. You can't be where CGA is. You know what I mean? I've been through the gauntlet already. So I'm on the outside looking in. You're on the inside just getting whipped around. And these women out here trying to tell you you ain't shit. Let me just tell you, if they're under 30, they broke. They broke. All right? They got nothing. No leverage or nothing because they be batting their eyelids in my fucking face. All right? They showing up like, hi, daddy. All right? Can you fix us this bind? All right, so they broke as fuck, all right, when they show up in my face. And that goes all the way up to 30, 35, and 40. It's tough out here. And most human beings are broke before 40. But the problem is when you're a young man, they be out here trying to tell you to your face. All right, but I'm already in front of him. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the curve. So I'm looking like at the top of the mountain down, and everybody broke. All right, so especially women. So they be coming up to me like, hi, poor CGA. Hi, Mr. Negro. Could you spare a dime? But when they talking to you, they be like, you ain't got shit. But when they get fired, I got no savings. Never really take them seriously. Like, don't let them fuck up your self-esteem because they don't got nothing either. And I don't care if they got their own townhouse. I don't care if they got their own BMW or a Mercedes CLA. All right. They broke. You know how many women that I know that 30 to 36, 40, Mercedes C-Class, apartment, townhouse, luxury apartment, gated community, amenities, be broke. Broke. On their last leg. We talking about on the first of the month, don't got the full rent. Sorry, don't got it. They don't got it, and they be calling a brother up like me. So, ladies, I know y'all be like, CGA, don't you want to settle down with one woman? Why? I mean, shit, every first of the month, it's like a new fucking enrollment class. It's like freshman orientation every week.
Are you a freshman at the university?
No.
You look like a freshman.
I'm like, it's a new crop of broke women every month. All right, coming out here looking for a bind to get fixed. They trying to scratch an itch. I'm like, I'm in prime position. Come on over. All right, shit, every week, every month, there's a new crop of women out here looking for shit. I'm like, damn. All right, we got the new class of February 2026. All right, let's go. You'll graduate out. You know, you'll get ran through by me and a couple of other these Las Vegas niggas, and then you'll be back out here trying to find a man. All right. Every single month. Like, you can just get a new supply. All right, here's a new supply of women for the month. They're all in a bind, and they're kind of looking for a relationship. No strings attached. You can run through them, blow through them, fix a couple of binds, and then they'll find their path. It's facts. It's one of the most great positions you can be in.
Get him, daddy.
It's great. It's a new batch. No, you get a new batch. All right, you just get to start all over. See, when you're on Tinder, it's the same batch. All right, on Fixes Minds LLC, all right, it's a new fucking batch. All right, here it is right here. We got a new recruit right here. New enrollee for the month. All right, anyway, new batch of freshmen. Shout out to the freshmen. All right, anyway, look. All right, enough of this woman out here. She didn't deserve what she got today. Yes, she did. All right, anyway, we got more Doom and Gloom CGA here. We have the New York mayoral candidate from the Democratic Socialist Party of America. All right, this right here.
New world order.
This is what they don't talk about. Before we talk about the guy, one thing about the Democrat, one thing about socialism that they don't tell you, they'll tell you all the sweet stuff. We're anti-capitalism. We want to destroy the corporation from price gouging, or as Kamala Harris said, price gauging. And we're going to do this. We're going to bring fairness and balance. We're going to be free education. You're going to be able to go to college for free. Eggs and bread will be for free. Like the Black Panthers, you'll have free breakfast and lunch programs. Like, they'll tell you all the good shit about socialism. We're going to do this and we're going to do that. They don't tell you about this shit. This is the sneaky shit that they do, that by the time you done switched and revolted and created anarchy and destroyed capitalism, then they bring this shit in when it's too late, right? When you ain't looking. Then they bring in the stuff. Oh, this also is socialism. You're like, huh? Oh, wait a minute. You didn't tell us about this. Oh, well, you know, but it's too late. It's too late. And this is another one of these things. And by the way, this follows the path of CGA. Will I ever be wrong about the direction this is going? This is the mayoral candidate. And he is one of the favorites. All right. He is one of the favorites to win in the next mayoral race. And his name is Zoran Mamdani. All right. I'm not sure what his name is. I can't pronounce it. All right. I haven't been following it too much, but it says, this is the twisted comrades at the Democratic Socialists of America. They have pushed for the abolition of traditional family at their annual conference, calling marriage and sex work two sides of the same coin. And they proclaim early terminations of pregnancy should be done in churches. This is the part that they do not tell you about socialism, because this goes hand in hand. Now, they'll tell you about all the fairness and equality and free hospitals and doctors. They'll tell you about all of that shit, but they don't tell you about this part. But this is part of the Democratic Party in general. All right. This is the direction that they're going. This is why I have no faith in the restoration, especially in major cities, of traditional families. It's going to be madly impossible to have traditionalism in Democratic or major cities. I don't care if you're a major city in a red state. It's going to be damn near impossible, because most of the time, if you're a major city in a red state, it's still Democratic. It's still the Democrats, which are primarily more socialist. But they said marriage and sex work are two sides of the same coin. Now, this is something that I've been saying as well. So this isn't something that I disagree with. But as you can see, a lot of people are bringing that in. Marriage and sex work are the same. So once you say it's the same, now we can put a legal structure around it that simply makes sex work legal. Okay. So they're looking to legalize sex work. They're also looking to do things like abominable things like early terminations of pregnancy in church. That's an abomination. Even I wouldn't even go that far. All right. That's an abomination. And that's shitting. This is part of socialism that they don't tell you. All right. Say bye-bye to Christianity. Christianity is going to be as good as gone. All right. So if you're a Christian and you want socialism, you don't realize if you usher in socialism, there's no Christianity. All right. They're going to destroy it. They're going to destroy it. And then they're going to abolish traditional families. All right. And this goes along with the cultural Marxists. All right, the cultural Marxism. Black Lives Matter exactly showed you this, that they came on the heels of the Trayvon Martin case, and they built it up on the backs of the Michael, I can't remember the guy, Hands Up, Don't Shoot. All right, Michael, I can't remember his name, in somewhere near St. Louis. And then when they came up, everybody just jumped on, hey, Black Lives Matter, the phrase and the organization. Then you didn't realize underneath that they were cultural Marxism. They were trained, admitted Marxists, and then they were going to do what? Destroy the traditional family. So that was what they used. They used the catalyst of dead black young men to bring in and usher in a socialist Marxist program to destroy the family. All right. And bring in basically Reading Rainbow. And the brother's name is Michael Brown. Okay. Thank you for that, for reminding me. Rest in peace to Michael Brown. So they use those things to bring that in. And then they start talking this, we're going to bring in free breakfast and lunch programs like the Black Panthers and so forth and so on. But you didn't realize they were bringing in socialism, which is going to bring in these things. This is the tail of socialism, right? Legalizing sex work, destroying traditional families, early termination of pregnancies in church, right? So you're seeing this come up. And this is what they call them, the comrades of Zoran. I guess they call him Zorro. All right. They call him Zorro. So they're saying right there, they're going to abolish the traditional family. And this is a part of the party that he's running from. And he's one of the most popular, if not one of the favorites, in the next mayoral candidacy of New York City. And New York is extremely liberal. So they could vote this guy in. They could vote this guy in. Boy, I'm going to tell you, man.
New world order.
All right, this is the tale of socialism. This is what the part that they don't tell you about. They'll tell you about the economics and the anti-capitalism and how it's going to be fair for you and you're going to get free shit. All right, they'll tell you that part and you'll vote it in. But by the time you vote it in, you cannot unvote their other shit in. All right, you can't unvote it in and now you're cooked. You're stuck with it. All right, now you can't vote it out because they'll make sure you can't vote it out. All right, they'll make sure you can't vote it out. But anyway, isn't that interesting? Legalizing sex work, marriage and sex work, two sides of the same coin. That's Doom and Gloom CGA. Let's fucking go. We already warmed up. We're in rare form. We're raring to go. All right, outro. I don't know where it is. Yeah, where's my buttons, man? All right, where's my buttons? We're in rare form. We're raring up. There they go. Up, yeah. Already.
New world order.
I've been kicked off the stream already. All right, I'll try to keep the show going. All right, you might have to refresh the stream. All right, but I'm a little too heavy for y'all. Maybe I should just do, you know what I should do? I've been thinking about this. This stuff is a little too heavy for you. This stuff is a little too heavy. I'm getting a little bit too heavy for you guys. So what I'll do is I'll start doing shows like OnlyFans needs to get canceled. You know, I got to keep it simple. I'm a little too complex of a thinker here. This is why I'm not popular. Most of you ham and eggers can't handle it. All right. The YouTube is like, this is too much. All right. This is too much. I need to keep it simple. All right. But they already just messing with my stream here. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm too complex for you guys and for YouTube. You know what I mean? Most people can't handle this shit that I'm talking about. But did I just lay it down? Did I just lay it down like crazy? All right, you cannot say I didn't lay it down. By the way, any one of you people, okay? He says you were worse. I probably was worse during 2021. Yeah, I was, because I was talking about COVID and everything. Yeah, I was dropping too much. I eased up a little bit, but you know, I've been coming in heavy lately. But most people are normies and they can't even think past this. They're like, what? By the way, this is why I'm going to be right. The time, you cannot turn back the hands of times. Any of you people wanting the old dating to come back, you want old marriage to come back, I'm sorry, it's dead. It's dead. Okay? It's dead as a doorknob. It's dead as Elvis and Tupac and Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. It's dead. It's dead as a doorknob. It's dead as Hulk Hogan. Okay, it ain't coming back. It's dead for the new people, the people of today. Like, you know, for the people of yesterday, it's still somewhat alive because you remember those days. And you're like, we'll attempt to try to have a relationship based on that. But for new people today, 18 to 30 is dead. Like, y'all have little chance to be able to pull this off in mass. In mass. Meaning that, yeah, some will, some will, many will, most won't. We can see this, and there's reasons why. I already outlined the reasons why every day, but there's no chance that you'll be able to even afford. You can't even afford a relationship. So how the fuck y'all gonna have one?
Larry Bird's not walking through that door, fans. Kevin McHale's not walking through that door, and Robert Parrish is not walking through that door. And if you expect them to walk through the door, they're gonna be gray and old.
Like, how? There's no way you can't even afford a relationship. And the bar is in hell. Like, the bar is in hell. Like, this chick was talking to me the other day. And she was talking about, you know, because she's a young girl. She's in her late 20s. That's young girl for me. And she was talking about the type of guys that reach out to her and try to slide through and run game on her and run pimp game on her and try to put her on the blade, or, you know, like, she gets hit all over the place. And a lot of young girls do. This is why it gives them the idea that they have options, but their options aren't ideal. A lot of broke guys and guys promising her that they're going to pay her rent. Like, they come from every angle. And we were talking about spending on a woman. All right. And I've said that the bar is in hell. And she was saying, a guy like you who's in the top echelon. So she was like, you're in the upper echelon. Like, you got it. You're successful. You made it. She was like, what you would do for a typical woman is nothing to you. It's nothing. But to that woman, it's something. And she said also to the men that are in her DMs and that are approaching her, what you're doing is nothing to you. But according to those guys, it's spending on a woman. Now, I've said this for a long time, that the bar is in hell. You don't even have to go above and beyond today. Now, it doesn't guarantee you a woman, but you don't even have to go above and beyond. Like, most guys aren't trying to spend a dime. A dime. Then if you're getting to the point where you're like, yeah, come to lunch, come to brunch, come to dinner, 1, 2, 3 times, it's over. You got her locked. Just, you gotta be, there's more dimensions to that. But, because of course, if you're successful, in shape, handsome, debonair, you have a philosophy, you're one. Like, you're in line. There's no way you can lose. You would have motherfucking women lined up at your door. And then you can dictate, leverage and options. You can dictate what the relationship is. So what guys find to be hard, all right, $75, $100, $150, $200. Soon as you're able to do that 1 or 2 and 3 times, or you can do that with 6 or 8 women, you'll have endless. It'll be over. Now that's called leverage and options. So that's what she was discussing. And I've said the bar is in hell, because it literally is to a point where men can't afford to even dictate the type of woman that they can get, let alone can the women call their shot in the type of man that is good for them long term. So how do you bridge this gap? How do you bridge this gap? That you can't bridge it. Some says, is this all on the locals? I don't know. Yeah. Locals has over 100 streams over there, so pretty sure you'll find it. This is just leverage and options. Then you can promptly dismiss them. You can have short-term, long-term. You can tell them there's other women. Like, it just goes crazy. You'll be like, yeah, you know, I enjoy your time. You know, there's other women. And they'll sit across from you like this. Okay. Right? They'll sit across. It's complete crazy. Now, unfortunately, people don't want it to be that way. Well, it shouldn't be that way. And you'll come out, bring out the Bible and the moral police, and you'll say this guy's fucking it up for everybody else. Well, I'm sorry. I've been telling you this for years. And by the way, the Free Agent Lifestyle book literally is this for the people like, Coach, man, you didn't change up the message. I didn't. Read the Free Agent Lifestyle book and read it again thoroughly. Understand it. Understand it. This is exactly what I talked about in the Free Agent Lifestyle book. How to position yourself to look at relationships from the outside looking in instead of needing a relationship and trying to forge a relationship out of struggle, because it is tough. It becomes very tough. You're trying to, and I did this. Trust me, a lot of the things that I talk about, I was there. Then I had to reprogram myself and recenter and then find another way to do it. But it's hard when you're going in with little, because there's not a lot of sympathetic women out here. Not a lot. They're not going to be sympathetic towards your plight of struggle. So then you're going to have to come up with game or games or, a whole bunch of text messages to 100 women at midnight to try to get one to slide through. That is a crowded room. It's a crowded room of niggas. And there's some niggas that got more time than you. All right. They got more time than you. Some breath stinking ass niggas. All right. Some niggas that got, they got good game in the bed. They're good in the bed. Breath stinking ass niggas. All right. They sit in the car in the hot box in their parking lot of their apartment ass niggas. 6'4" tall ass niggas. They got time. All right. So it's a numbers game for everybody, but it's a crowded room. It's a crowded room. It's like, 80% of the guys are in there. You're competing against them. All right. And you're competing against a whole bunch of women trying to choose one of y'all, trying to choose up. So it's tough. It's a tough thing. And I'm trying to bring some enlightenment to you guys to say, all right, maybe you need to take 5 years, rehab yourself, come in from a different lane and position. All right. Anyway. Yeah, black and mild stinking ass niggas. All right, pants sagging ass niggas. Them niggas got time. And they be on your girl's neck. All right, they be on your girl's neck all day long, begging. All right, begging. Meanwhile, you at your job and you can't text on the job. All right, you pull out your phone to text, you getting written up. All right, but they at home playing Madden, smoking dope all day on your girl's neck. All right, yeah, what you gonna do then? Shout out to these girls out here getting a text message from these niggas right now. Okay, Mark Muhammad, coach, it's not been quite a year since being exposed to your channel, but I can't thank you enough for the guidance you've given me. I like to follow up with a question. The question you have from yesterday, he says, what kind of things can I do to reprogram my mind for greater possibilities and or prosperity? Well, first read the Free Agent Lifestyle book, which I think you have done. But I remember this phrase. Okay, and this phrase has gone along a lot. People have talked about this, the miseducation of the Negro. There's some other phrases about reprogramming yourself. Napoleon Hill has a great book, Outwitting the Devil and such, and he has some great. So you have to unlearn first. Then you have to re-educate yourself, which is going to be a process. It's not going to be immediate. Re-educate yourself on the things that are necessary. Flush out much of the rest of the stuff. Whatever you learned in public school is not really relevant to you, although you can also you could use it as reference material, but you have to reprogram yourself to the things that you want to learn that are necessary. And it's not going to follow along with what everybody else has. So you're going to sound like a weirdo. People are they're still programmed by the matrix. You're reprogramming yourself with what you need to arm yourself to be successful. So when you are reprogramming yourself, what's going to happen is you're only picking the stuff that you need, and you're going to heavily invest in that information so that when you go out there and you talk to regular people, these people are going to think you're insane. They're going to think you're crazy because you're going to be sitting somewhere with these cocksucking normies And they're going to be sitting up there, and one of these goofy, giggly ass niggas is going to say, well, happy wife, happy life. And you're going to say, right? You're going to hit a record scratch. And you're going to see all of these niggas, everybody going to chuckle. Ha, 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 ha. Yep. Because you'll be in the doghouse tonight. And you're going to be like, and you're going to be like, you're going to want to go crazy. And everybody going to laugh it off and sniggle and ha-ha and kiki and slap their knee and all of that shit. And you're going to be like, God damn. You're going to look around and you'll be like, you're going to look around and be like, damn, I guess I'm alone in here, huh? I guess I'm alone in here. So, what? Yep, Twilight Zone. You'll be like, I'm alone. It's just me. Right here. It's just me. I guess this is a journey by my motherfucking self. Because if you stop and you start, hey, wait a minute. Wait. You know, we will not go for any of this negative talk. All right. How can you use that abusive statement towards men? If you stop the show with that shit, everybody's going to look at your ass and be like, huh? What? Like, they're going to think you're crazy, insane. They're going to write you off. All right, don't invite him no more. You're going to lose your family and friends. You're going to lose everybody because you reprogrammed yourself out of the ideas of this goofy bullshit that people pass for abuse, feminism. You're going to just reprogram yourself out of this. Communism, socialism, equality. You're just going to get rid. For me, I got rid of all of that shit. All right, said, fuck that shit. I'm running over everybody. So this is going to be a hard thing for you to do. People at your job are going to say goofy shit like this, and you're going to be like, hold up. Am I alone here? It's a hard thing for people to do because you got to let go of people. Sometimes you got to let go of people. You got to let go of close friends and family. It's a journey. It's a journey of strength. You're walking towards strength. Them people here, and yes, those people are walking right into the direction of weakness. You can see them shit. It's like the motherfucking walking. It's the lambs walking to slaughter. And you're just looking at them like, damn. They're comfortable with it, though. They're happy with it. So you got to be understanding that that's a part of the journey. You're reprogramming yourself. I reprogram myself, and I'm comfortable with it. All right, but there's truth. There's so much reward for me. There was so much reward or potential reward for me to march that direction that I was willing to go all in. You got to go all in. If you don't go all in, it ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. Shout out to our brother. Kaylin says, in a religious marriage, in a religious marriage, a man cannot just walk away from his wife because God doesn't like divorce. Have a beard hair going crazy. Even if his wife miscarried a child, he cannot leave her. In a legal marriage, you have to stay to get mentally or physically slaughtered. Legal marriage is a one-sided contract that simply isn't worth signing. 100%. All right, that's good stuff. And shout out to Caitlin, says, NFL fans may not like this, but I do foresee Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce getting married. What about you? When they do, it won't be as big of a news as it would have been if they did it recently, right? If they did it last year, if they won the Super Bowl and they did it on the field, it would have been big news. I think people would be somewhat over it, except for the Swifties and stuff like that. I think the news would be dead. Not dead, it wouldn't be as big as it would be if it happened last year. Okay. Our brother Wendell says, Coach, you are absolutely right. Something at YouTube, someone at YouTube is listening. He says, out of all of the live stream I watch, yours is the only channel where the bandwidth gets throttled when you drop heavy shit. He says the agenda is still in play. Damn shame. And it always is when I start dropping heavy shit. Right? It's not really when I'm just, talking about regular stuff. When I start going in heavy, all of a sudden the bandwidth shrinks. All right? And they start playing with my numbers. Avery says, do him a favor, hit the damn like button, hit the likes. And they have definitely stopped my stream from growing. You have as well by not hitting the like button. All right, but as you can see, we're stuck somewhere at 1687. That's the number I see on the screen, which is probably somewhere near 5,000. But they have stopped the progress of this stream because I was going in heavy. All right, but I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't violate any terms at all. They just don't like that I'm going in heavy. But if you can help by hitting the like button and get me to 1,000 likes, then more people will see that this stream is live and available here. But yeah. All right, I'm way too heavy for
new world order.
I'm way too heavy for people here in this space. Y'all still arguing with hoes. Like, to me, I think that shit is funny. But look, it's great content. It's great content. To me, it would be a waste of time. I know, but for other people, for the normies, for the new men, the new Gen Zs, y'all still trying to argue with skeezers. And to me, skeezers are to be used. All right, shout out to the skeezers. Do I have any skeezers here? All right, skeezers, stand up. All right, and arguing with skeezers is insane to me. I mean, it's crazy. And y'all, I didn't, even when I went on shows like, I never been on the Ever What. I've been on Fresh and Fit. I've been on Adam Saucecast. Even when I was on their show, I wasn't even arguing with the girls. I wasn't even jumping up there. Let me put these holes in their place. All right, I was just having a regular conversation with them. And most of the time, they were cool with me. They were like, okay, yeah. Yeah. But what men are suffering from, and I'm here to help you, is that you take these women too seriously. You take them too seriously. You got to, they're jokes. All right, they're joking with you. They can't beat you up. Now, most of them can't. They don't want a lot of responsibility. They don't. They're fooling you. They don't take themselves seriously. Most of them don't really like themselves. They suffer from low self-esteem. The only real self-esteem they get is somehow being formally educated, which is not real education. It's formal, and or the amount of you goofy ass niggas that are contacting them. Like, that's where their entire self-esteem comes from. All right. The amount of you guys that want to penetrate them for little much in return. So that's where their self-esteem comes from. They're mostly all broke. All right. When I say that, I'm not trying to belittle them, but you're competing to outrace them in a financial thing where they're telling you you're broke, but they're just as broke as you. Like, they don't have anything, which is somewhat funny. And the little things that they have simply sum up to them being regular adults. Right? They'll brag, I pay my own bills and I got my own apartment and pay my car note. That's regular shit. All right, that's what regular people do. That should be the bar, but apparently people can't even do that much, male or female, which is ridiculous to me, but that's neither here nor there. You take them too seriously. What they ask for, what they say they're going to do, what I want to do in life is I want to be this and I want to be that. They ain't going to do none of that shit. All right, they ain't going to do none of it. They'll tell you what they want in a man and be with the opposite of that. Right? It's like this. They'll tell you who they are. I'm really this and I'm really that. But they're really, as Donovan Sharp said, that they're describing what type of man they want. Y'all really trying to get adulations and merit punani from them. Like, it's once you realize that it's been a big old farce, and the only way you can realize that is gaining leverage and options. Once you gain leverage and options, you see that literally there's not many men out here as great as what they say they have in options. It's a whole game concocted in their head. And some women are very, very disgracefully dangerous mentally. They create lies in their head and they believe them. Some of these women are completely reckless with their body. Okay. And some of them are misguided and undecided. They don't know what the hell they want half the time. All right. They don't. And trust me, this comes from men. I have a daughter. I have sisters. I have a wife. I had a wife. I have a mother. I live with 3-4 women in my life. I would say 5. I've lived with 5 women. Because one, two, how many were roommates? 1, 2, 3, 4 of them were roommates. One ended up becoming my wife. So those were the 5 women I live with, apart from my sisters. So I have 4 sisters. I have a daughter. I have a mom. Bro, I know these women. They full of shit. They're full of shit. All right? Whatever they say and all that tough talk goes out the fucking window the moment they have to make a decision right here. Okay, make a decision now. They won't do it. They will abdicate every single time. All right? As soon as consequences show up, most of the time they're not going to take I don't want to take the consequences of this. As soon as they got to be accountable, it's gone. So I know this. This is how I treat all of them. They want to change their mind when it doesn't work out for them. They want to change the rules in the middle of the game. This is typically how they work. When I say how they work, it's all of them. All of them. That's all they work. That's how they're gonna. That's how they come, bruh. Now, the minute you compete against them, the minute you line up next to them in race, the minute you try to set rules and boundaries, it's not going to be anything, all right? They'll ask for rules and boundaries and only not to listen to you and fight you to make you uphold those rules and boundaries. If you give me rules and boundaries, I won't do X, Y, and Z. Then you give them rules and boundaries, they'll complain, they'll cry, they'll kick and scream, they'll test the limits of those boundaries. Like, damn. Damn. You literally asked for rules and boundaries and guidelines. I gave them to you, and now I got to manage you as you keep motherfucking testing how much rope you're getting in this. How am I supposed to be successful and make money when I got to monitor you by giving you the rules and guidelines that I gave you? Instead of you listening to the rules and guidelines, now you want to look at the rules and guidelines and then test me and see how much, let's see if he really watching ass nigga. You're like, what? All right, so now you step over the guidelines and rules just to see what the consequences are. Some women want to be smacked. All right, smack me if I violate the rules. Well, you realize if I smack you, that's domestic violence. Well, but you got to demonstrate that you're going to uphold your rules and guidelines by showing me what the consequences are. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell you guys, as a man that has been here, I know you guys are young and you think you know better than me. I get it. Keep living. And this goes for your girlfriend, your wife. They're going to do the exact same thing on you 10 years down the fucking line in a marriage. And then they're just going to bait and switch you and say, well, I changed the rules. I see these were your rules. Now we're changing them. And you're like, huh? What? So you can't take them seriously. The best thing I've ever done in life is realize I don't take them seriously no more. I can't take you seriously as a human being. Not only women, most of you men are like this too. Most of you men, especially you black men, you motherfuckers are the same as women. Black men are the same as women. All right, for sure. All right, y'all operate the same. Y'all have the same software and programming. Most black men, you're just like your mammy and your aunties and your motherfucking granny. You almost are exactly the same. I can trigger you like I trigger these black, well, I can't say what I call them on locals. But most black men are almost identical, okay, in the way you operate. So I can basically take, because you know what I mean? Like you project the same way black women project. You guys are identical fucking twins. Almost down to the root. Now, there's some black men that aren't, but particularly black men in the American South, Southern black men, you guys are identical to black women. All right, identical fucking twins. Emotions on your sleeve, victim narrative, your upbringing, mama knows best, big mama, ass nigga. You guys are identical fucking twins. So most of you black men can't even be taken seriously. Y'all crash out at the grocery store. Crash Bandicoot. So most of you guys are identical in treatment. So you could just treat and say, you can't take most black men seriously at all. Backstabbing ass, two-faced ass niggas. Talking behind the back, gossiping ass niggas. I'm like, y'all like black women. All right, anyway. You son, husband, single mother raised, reared ass niggas. Some of y'all be walking around with red dresses in New Orleans ass niggas. So some of y'all like it up the Duke shoot. So y'all just like your mammies ass nigga.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
All right. Ain't been raised but by nothing but wolves and hyenas. All right. Anyway, a couple people here. Shout out to Hustle Every Day. Subversion from within, right to that mayor thing. Subversion from within. And they just tease you guys with gifts and trinkets. We're going to give you this, free that, free this. And then they going to get you. All right? They going to get you.
Gotcha, bitch.
Shout out to Sid Thompson with the sponsorship. Shout out to Psycho Sid. We'll call you Psycho Sid as a nickname.
I'm rich, bitch.
Yeah. Shout out to No Government Name when you mentioned that things actually used to be free 20 plus years ago. What was the turning point? Were people as envious towards winners with loser mindsets like they are today? Not quite like today, but there were people who were winners or pretend winners that people didn't like. I think today people are more vocal about not wanting to see people win and or more likely to want to see people lose, and they don't get anything. All right. You saw a guy yesterday. All right, you might lose everything and be back to where these people are. And you're like, and what do you get out of that? Nothing. Okay. All right, you get nothing. Like, you don't get to come to the fucking auction and get my shit. Like, you get nothing. You don't get anything back. So we see more of that. People that are somewhat, their self-esteem is attacked if they see people constantly showing and displaying winning. I think that's cowardice and pussy, but that's neither here nor there. But in the past, you had yuppies. All right, the yuppies of the 80s were seen as people who perpetrated and was living a life beyond their means and or successful. You know, they were white privileged people and people didn't like them. They were pretentious and egocentric. So people didn't like them. They were envious towards that group of people, for sure. All right. Yep, there was that. People always had that. But the turning point for things being less than free is entrepreneurship. All right. People push opportunities to sell things to people. Now, there's only so much you can sell. You can, but if you can sell ice to an Eskimo, if you can sell water to a whale, then you were celebrated. And that's essentially what they did. They started selling ice to Eskimos. You guys want water? All right. Well, stop drinking out of that poisonous hose and drink this nice bottled water from a mountain spring. Or from the Coca-Cola factory. All right. This is fresh water. Look at this fresh, clear filter water. And look at you. You ain't got no water. All right. So don't you want some water? It's hustle mindset. It's hustle mindset. Right? When entrepreneurs started to, hey, you want to be an entrepreneur? Let's sell people stuff that maybe that they don't need. All right. Or maybe let's take away something and then sell it to them. All right. Yes. Solve a problem. Oh, anyway, last one. I remember you saying in 2019 during the blue chip mindset, men shouldn't even consider relationships unless they have 25K in the bank, and men didn't listen. Gumps in relationships in the chat, press 1 if you actually have that. If not, press 2. Press 1 in the chat if you have 25K in the bank. Press 2 in the chat if you do not. Now, yes, I said that back then. This is before I was even at the junior college. And plus, this matches up with my book, The Free Agent Lifestyle. You guys need to really read the book. This is not a men's segregation from women channel. This is not you giving up on relationships altogether. The book doesn't even insinuate that. It talks about as you're building yourself, what you need to do, leverage and options. It doesn't mention leverage and options. That's something that I adopted after the book. But it tells you what you should be looking for early in life, then looking at relationships from a different perspective. With that being said, if you ain't got it, you ain't got it, motherfucker. All right, you're going to be begging. You're going to be begging for scraps. You're going to be begging if you don't have that. And might I add, back in 2019, I also said, if you don't have that leverage, the type of women that you're going to go after will be dynamically different than if you do have it. Okay? So if I had, like, you know, as they call it, fuck you money. When you have fuck you money, you literally operate differently. When you have money in the bank and you have a job, you operate at that job completely differently. And also dating, they call it an abundance mindset. People can feel that in you. You're not stressed out. You're not anxious. You're not taking bullshit from people. You're indifferent. You know what I mean? It's not big. You're not pressured or stressed. You're not waiting for your direct deposit to hit. Right? Your direct deposit hits. You're like, okay, good. You already have shit on auto pay. You're in a different mindset. Right? You take a girl out on a date, $170. You're like, nothing. But she's over there like, wow, like this is crazy. He didn't even make a big deal out of that 170. He planned the date, right? He executed. He called me up, confirmation. Here's the place. Pay for the date. Gone. He's completely indifferent. So dating, relationships, job, working, your whole life changes because you have a mindset that most people don't have. Well, when you don't have it, you're negotiating. You're stressed. I've been here too. You give the credit card to them. You hoping you have enough motherfucking cash. Enough credit on that card or so it don't get declined. I've been there. Dating was crazy, right? I was like, damn, she ain't even helping with the tip. She asking for too much. It was just completely a different mindset. And so most guys are stuck with nothing, trying to negotiate nothing for a lot. Now, when you have something, you're negotiating little for the little bit that they got. The little that they can give you. It's a completely different shift. Most guys don't even want to get to this part because they see it better that they apply their time to negotiate the nothing that they got for everything that she has, as opposed to getting it leverage and then putting themselves in an abundance mindset. Most guys see that as impossible. It's impossible for me to get to that point. It'll take you 2 years of your life to get to that point. Leverage options, abundance mindset. 2 years, you can completely reset and shift. And you will see a lot of the bullshit that you worry about will simply go away. A lot of the little games that they play on you simply aren't important. And the women that you were dating and taking bullshit from, you wouldn't even look at 2 to 5 years down the line. You wouldn't even look at them. They're not even in the picture. They're not even an option anymore. You're not going to dinner with a strag that looks like sexy red in a red wig. You're not even doing that anymore. You're not even there with a pog anymore. You're not over there with an overweight white bitch or Mexican anymore. Like outside on a date with her holding hands. You're not even there anymore. Like that's not even an option for you anymore. You're like, and then you're looking at somebody else do it and you're like, oof, yeah, he down bad. He's down bad. He's gone. Like he really is in a position where he chose not to improve himself for 2 years. He's got low self-esteem. He has nothing to bargain with. He has no chips to gamble with. And he's out here with this big fat bitch. Right? He's out here with this strag. And then when she pops off at the mouth, he can't say nothing. Like, damn, like you cooked. There's a lot of guys willing to do that. And you're hoping women feel sorry for you. These women should do this and feel sorry for us. And they should want to grow with us and build. They don't want to do it. Nope. They're not going to do it. Take 2 years, change the direction of your life. Literally, you don't have to negotiate with that woman anymore at all. Now, you can simply have that woman come over. You don't even have to take her out on a date. All right, you want to come through, come slide through. But you know, my other girlfriend coming at 8:30. You got to leave at 8, 8:10, 8:15. And she'll be like, okay. All right, you can rub your little motherfucking six-pack on her big fat belly. Get you a nut and say, clean up. I'll see you next week. All right, go out the back door. she'll go out the fucking back door holding her fucking bra and panties in her hands. All right, she'll be tucking it in her purse. Out the fucking door. Good to see you. Right here. Not even worried about shit. See you next week. She'll be happy. Okay. Thank you. All right. But now you trying to fucking, she's trying to show you engagement ring, this bitch. Right here, because she know you got low self-esteem. All right, anyway. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We'll get this show on the road. What time is it? What day? Is it Wednesday? Are there any women with fupas in here? All right, listen, you're useful too here. All right, we love y'all too. I love everybody, by the way. All right, I don't hate anyone. Okay, Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater, the best entertainment here on YouTube. This is a little bit too complex for everybody because you want to put this in the category because niggas will be like, well, isn't that tricking? Isn't that prostitution? Trust me, just get $25K in your bank account. None of that matters. All right, just start right there. All right, and work towards it. Well, how do I do it? Money mindset, nigga. I can't give you all the solutions every goddamn time. Not for free. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Let's jump into it. All right, we got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Oh, speaking of down bad, we have a streamer named Snowwcone. Is it Snowwcone? All right, we got a down bad niggy right here. All right, Snowwcone. Maybe he's going viral for the way she talks to her boyfriend. I guess the female streamer is named Snowwcone. All right, shout out to these two individuals that you're going to see on your screen right now. There it is right there. Snowwcone is going viral or feral on the way she talks to her boyfriend. Her boyfriend is centered right here on the screen. Snowwcone is going to come into the stream right here.
What the fuck are you doing? Get up, boy.
Viewers started going up when I came on camera.
Get
look
your
at that.
ass up,
yo, look,
boy.
yo. Holy aura.
Fuck up. They're not here to see you. Go make me another beverage.
This shit's not over with.
Make me another beverage. Now. Come on, waiter. Another beverage. Double cut me up.
Whew, sheesh.
Oh, the humanity.
Like I said, when you don't have leverage, you end up like this. You end up being a bitch. Now, she might end up testing you. Like, this woman is way beyond the testing stage. She's got this niggy whipped. All right, he has no leverage. She feels like she has more prestige, status, and money than him, especially for young people. It's going to go to their head, right? So it is gone to their head. This nigga is far too gone. I don't know who he is, all right, but he's young. She might be more famous than him. They didn't mention his name. They mentioned her name. Now, he might be a streamer too, but I have no idea. But wow, I mean, it gets bad. Don't think everybody's some pimp or a guy in masculine frame or not beta male and not cucked. Most men are in this position. Most men are in the no leverage position. All right, so they have to take bullshit to get the little bit of crumbs they can get. Now, that woman that I saw on the screen get on the screen is not that attractive. She mid and below mid. She a 49er. But you can't tell her shit. Right? It is what it is. But yeah, when you don't have no leverage, this is how you end up. All right, this is crazy. I mean, she called him boy, snapped her fingers at the niggy, told him to get a drink, called him a waiter. All right, and then there were some even more despicable things that she said. Take a listen.
What the fuck are you doing? Get up, boy.
Get up, boy. And she came in with the fucking fist. What the fuck are you doing? Get up, boy. Woo! Dr. Umar, you want anything to say about this, Dr. Umar?
Viewers started going up when I came on camera.
Get
look
your
at
ass
that.
up,
yo, look,
boy.
yo.
And so look at him. All right. So he's trying to deflect the tension off him getting disrespected by pointing attention about some score going up. Yo. See, he's not holding frame. He's not looking in. He's not even giving her eye contact. He knows he got fucking checked and he cooked. He's a young brother. And you can't tell him shit because he getting his deek wet. Can't tell him shit because he getting his deek wet. Coach, it worked for me. It worked for me, coach. She giving him a little bit of pussy. And he just as happy as large. All right, he's good.
Oh! Holy aura.
Fuck up.
Get the fuck up. And he got up too. And he's bigger than her in terms of size. He hasn't even given her direct eye contact.
They're not here to see you.
They're not here to see you.
Go make me another beverage.
All right, go make me another beverage. And he hasn't once said, bitch, are you crazy? Not once. Not once.
It's not over with.
Make me another beverage. Now.
Now. Oh, man, I didn't hear that the first time. Make me another beverage now. Look at him. And she's very comfortable doing this. All right? Very comfortable. And, of course, she has somebody that she can control. She has leverage and options over him, so she's fine. At some particular point, she'll be like, I want a real man that can dominate me, all right? At some point, she'll want that, or she has that.
I like to get dominated.
All right, so she'll have that. But she said, make me another beverage 2 or 3 times, and then said, now, nigga, get your ass in the kitchen. Snapped her fingers. Woo, wait. See, one thing we have to understand about this, we come on to this, what we call the best edutainment on YouTube. And what tends to happen is all of us come into the mindset that we're masculine and alpha and dominant and we have a philosophy and these hoes never get over on us. That's us. All right. And half of us are lying. At least 75% of us are lying. All right. It's only a strong 10% of us in here. The rest of y'all wish y'all was like that. All right. The rest of y'all wish y'all were like that, or you're working towards it. Then you have everybody that don't listen to me. Most of the guys are like this guy. All right. And they'll say, I got a girlfriend and you can't get a girl that likes you. She likes free for me. All right. She likes me for me. I get pussy for free. These guys. All right. These guys, this is the rest of the guys that are anti-red pill. They have no masculine bone in their bodies. Happy wife, happy life, getting completely ran over in their relationships. Ran over, but because they got a girl, they're better than you. Okay, right? Well, at least I got a girl. But she's snapping her fingers at him. I mean, just completely humiliating him in front of the public. Okay?
Come on, waiter. Another beverage.
Damn.
Double cut me up.
Double cut me up. Wowzers.
What the fuck are you doing? Get up, boy.
Viewers started going up when I came on camera.
Get
look
your
at
ass
that.
up,
Yo, look,
boy.
yo. Holy aura.
Fuck up. They're not here to see you. Go make me another beverage.
This shit's not over with.
Make me another beverage. Now. Come on, waiter. Another beverage. Double cut me up.
Wow.
What the fuck are you doing?
Wow. And look at him. Scared. Scared. Most guys are scared. They're scared to lose their girl. They may not be scared like this, but they're scared to lose their girl. Woo-wee. All right, terrible. All right, we got Straggle Sniggle Theater. We have a woman being evicted from her house after not paying rent for 2 years, and she's the victim. Surprise, surprise. All right, let's take you to the video right here.
No, I'm talking to Mr. Parham. I'm finna get irritated, bro. I swear to God. Then y'all doing this shit in the cold. It's cold outside.
That ain't got nothing to do with
it.
me.
It do.
How you think he felt and he ain't got no rent money? How you think?
We been in here. If he really wanted his rent money that bad, it wouldn't have been this problem.
It's I wouldn't be here if we didn't have a problem. So it's a problem. He don't even want y'all money at this point. He just want his house back.
Ooh, that is irritating. Then y'all doing this in the cold, bro. How would you say
how you think he feel
like
if he ain't got no
money? It ain't like she
ain't got it.
Told us nothing.
So
when my mama went to court, ain't nobody give her no information. What you talking about?
So
ain't nobody give her no number, no contact information, no email, no nothing. Ain't nobody let her know nothing. But y'all want to put us out.
Someone once said, ignorant.
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
All right, we see that quite often. When she was, the thing is, when she was getting over on the system for 2 years and not paying the rent, it was cool. But of course, soon as you get got, now you're playing the victim. Right now, wrong sound effect. It should have said, gotcha, bitch. All right, so soon as you get caught, now you're the victim. And we know niggas do this, all right? And niggas come in all races and shapes and sizes. I believe a lot of people are niggas, all right? And you don't have to be black, all right? But This is what they do. They game the system, they get over on the system, and they never really improve themselves over those 2 years. They sit up there and do nothing, eating bologna sandwiches all day long and spam. And then when they get got, they end up not being able to be like, okay, cool. All right, you caught me. All right, you caught me. All right, let me just move my shit out. You're good. They keep fighting. All right, they go to the court and fight you. They drag it out. They complain. They become the victim. And then when you're the victim for kicking them out in the cold. Well, you survived 2 winters without paying any rent. So it shouldn't matter when you're getting kicked out. We finally came back around, okay? You've been over here gaming us, and now you're got. All right, you should be like, all right, you finally got me, ass nigga. But no, screaming like a banshee. All right, plantation Negro shit. All right, absolutely crazy. And look at this. Somebody probably digging her guts out. There's somebody digging her guts out, and she probably has a child or 2, and she has a mustache. All right, she has a mustache. All right, so, whew. All right, good luck out here. I never feel sorry for people like that. All right, we got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have Mr. Dirty Mac is in the building. All right, hold on for a second. We have Mr. Dirty Mac is in the building. Shout out to the comedian J18. All right, on Instagram, he is a pretty funny guy. There's a couple of these funny guys on Instagram, these big comedians. All right, and another one, I can't remember his name. Maybe I'll play a video of him one day. These guys are pretty funny. It says, the uncle you never leave in the kitchen with your woman. All right, we know a couple of these dirty Mac ass niggas out here, these old rich military benefit living off the Social Security ass niggas. All right, so let's play J18. Never leave, the uncle you never leave in the kitchen with your woman.
So where'd he go? He went outside?
I don't know. I don't even know.
Okay. I'm gonna just shoot it to you straight before he come back in here. This right here is called a bankroll. This is a bankroll. Now, as far as I'm concerned, this yours. This you. This ain't mine.
Get him, Daddy.
This pocket change right here. This ain't. I mean, this.
I got money.
You know, but if you ain't interested,
Get him, Daddy.
that's fine by me. But I'm telling you something right there. That ignorant fool out there, he ain't got this.
Okay, Daddy.
Nowhere near. Nowhere near. So.
Get him, Daddy.
Huh? I'm letting you know.
Oh.
See, he ain't got no money. He ain't never gonna have no money.
Oh, Jesus.
I got money.
That's just the truth of the matter. Don't say nothing, because I don't want him thinking that I'm talking to you. But I'm letting you know right now, you with the connection.
Oh, no. Disgraceful.
You with the connection.
Disgraceful.
And yeah, I live here with him, but hey, that's just more money in my pocket.
Oh, my goodness.
No, nice thing like you you need to be taken care of. I could tell he ain't taking care of you.
Oh.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Oh, man. Hey, you got to watch out for these guys right here. You got to watch out for these guys right here. They will steal your girl, all right? I mean, they won't steal them. They will borrow your girl. They're going to borrow your girl. Now, you're not going to know when she get that bind fixed, all right? But all of a sudden, you're going to see her come back. Oh, I bought this necklace and I brought this ring. Where'd you get that from? I got this purse, all right? And you're like, where'd you get that purse from? She going to get it the day before Valentine's Day. Oh, I got this. My mother gave it to me. All right, but you got to watch out. And they be in your own family ass nigga. Look at him. Uh-oh, he got the eyes out. All right, look. Oh, no, sir.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Oh, no. Look at him. He like pretty young. Dang.
I got money.
All right, look at him. You ain't got to be in shape. Oh, he's starving, man. All right, he like pretty young thing like you. And he going to dig her guts out. Yep.
He ain't done nothing. He ain't took you to Neiman Marcus yet, has he?
Oh, no, sir.
I know.
Oh, Jesus.
I know he ain't took you. He struggled at Walmart.
Oh, my goodness. You trying to build your family up and go and do your job, and this nigga come around, all right, in the middle of the day, See, this is gonna be 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This ain't gonna be at night. It's gonna be 1 in the afternoon. I need to drop something off at your house, cuz. Hey, little nephew, I need to drop something off at your house. Is there anybody gonna be there? Nah, hey, Unc, I'm gonna be at work. You can go on over. My missus gonna be at the house. And this is him in the middle of your motherfucking kitchen in the middle of the afternoon while you at work at Jiffy Lube. With that fucking Jolly Rancher in his mouth. Dirty Macking your girl with a bankroll, talking about you ain't been to Neiman Marcus yet. Oh, no, nigga. Hey, these people.
I got money.
Struggling at Walmart, trying to help my family out and feed my babies. All right, but he in the middle of your kitchen at 1:30 trying to dig your girl. Hey, put them babies to bed. Put them babies to bed, all right, to let them take a nap. And he in your kitchen looking like this.
He struggled that woman. That boy can't even buy a fishing pole. We went to Walmart the other day, and we walked past the fishing section, and he jumped. Ooh, these prices is high. Who say some crap like that? But this right here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think he called my name, but you think about that, all right?
Oh.
Yeah, I ain't doing. We just.
Yep.
So.
Yo, no, Jesus.
I got money.
Man, I don't want to raise the insecurity, but y'all Mexicans got an Uncle Tio like this. Your Tio is like this. Tio Simp. All right, y'all all got a family member like this. And then when he getting around you, you be talking about how you be at the strip club, putting your finger up girls' dookie hole, right? And your Uncle Tio Simp laughing at you, laughing with you. But guess what your Tio Simp is doing? Your simp ass Tio uncle is doing this to you. So you be talking about all the hoes you got on the side and how you be at the club making it rain, taking your little baby formula money, all right, to the strip club. You going down to Harry Hines. You going down to Aurora Street, all right, to mess with you a couple of girls at the Momo. And you telling them that's why he in the kitchen dirty macking. That's why he in the kitchen dirty macking, because he know you be down there on Fig with them stank hoes. All right, so he out here dirty macking your girl. It's only a matter of time before he blow up your spot. All right, so they be dirty macking your biat. All right, what do we got here? We got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have a prankster. All right, a prankster who drops money and then asks a stranger if you drop that money. You guys have seen these, but I want you to see how this plays out. We'll play it in its entirety and break it down later.
That's not yours, is it?
Yeah.
You got hundreds?
Yeah, I got hundreds.
Where is it? Let me see the rest.
I dropped my money.
I don't believe it.
It's mine. I
have a hard time letting go of 100. You gotta prove it. Let me see the rest you got.
It was my only 100.
Can I get a kiss for it? The hell?
Can you get my money?
It's mine, guys. Yeah. No, it's mine.
Bro, give it back, bro.
It's good. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, he can take it. It's fake, you clowns. You guys.
All right, so you wonder why they raised the prices in Las Vegas. Exhibit A. All right. All right. When people say they raised the prices in Las Vegas and it's going to crash. Exhibit A, why they raised the prices in Las Vegas. All right, so here's there, because these niggas can afford it. All right, but take a look at what happened. Let's break it down. So the guy did a prank. All right, so we'll go to the beginning. The white guy in the video did a prank. And the prank is, hey, did you drop that $100 bill? All right, so he's pointing at the $100 bill. Obviously, the guy in the video with the glasses, he dropped the $100 bill. That's his bill. All right, whether it's real or fake. So he dropped the bill, and then he points to a woman or whoever's near and say, hey, did you drop that, to see if people say, yes, I dropped it, it's mine, or no, that's not mine. Let's see who dropped it. Most people are going to say, yeah, I dropped it, thank you. All right, because most people ain't shit, and that's exactly what happened. Then what happened was she negotiated for it. He asked for a kiss, and then he didn't give her the money. So guess what happened? The simp enforcers. Now, this is why when you guys, or they say black women are the least protected. Well, if you look at the Megan Thee Stallion situation, she literally put Tory Lanez in jail for some bullshit. So she then said, we're the least protected women out here. So that now you have, and before, you have men that will jump to the rescue of women on a blatant lie. She didn't say, no, guys, don't do this. She didn't stop it. She went and hid in the van on a blatant lie, a Emmett Till lie. These guys jumped out of the van to fight this guy for something that wasn't even hers. And she didn't say, nah, don't worry about it. Don't stop it. One of these guys could have got stabbed, shot, lost, knocked out, teeth pushed back to their throat for this woman. And what did she do? She ran in the back of the van and hid. See, this is why I tell you, do not come to the rescue of women unless she is your daughter, your wife. Yes, if she's your wife, yes. Unfortunately, you got to teach her not to do dumb shit, or your mother. She literally was allowing these two young men to be able to fight and lose their life over a situation they didn't know anything about, and they were ready to fight for this woman, and she was nowhere to be seen, and she did not even stop them from it. So we'll play this all the way through again so you can see how I tell you, stop putting your life on the line for these women. They do not care about your life. If, let's just say the white guy stabbed one of them and they was dead, she would be going on about her life. She don't care. She was willing to let you die on a lie. She was willing to let you die on a lie. Let's continue here. Okay, let's continue.
You got hundreds?
Yeah, I got hundreds.
Where is it? Let me see the rest.
I dropped my money.
I don't believe it.
It's mine.
I have a hard time letting go of a...
All right, so there she is lying. So you guys caught that. There she is lying. Yep, this is mine. It surely is mine. Okay, so there she is lying. By the way, most men or women would lie in this situation. It's not because she's a woman, but of course, women and money, she's going to claim the free money. Yep, it's mine. Surely it is. Why would I lie? Why would I lie? Okay, here we go.
100, you got to prove it. Let me see the rest you got.
It was my only 100.
Can I get a kiss for it? The hell?
Can you get my money?
Can you give me my money? All right, so now that's called the simp wolf whistle. So she walked away. Can you give me my money? Now, the rest of these people, ignorant people in the van, meaning they're ignorant not because they're ignorant and black, is because they don't know anything about the information. All they hear is, can you give me my money? That's why that's a simp wolf whistle. They missed the entire interaction. She knew this, so now I need to scream. This is like the great whistle. Can you give me my money? Now you got everybody else looking, what's going on here? And now you have the simp enforcers ready to die for this woman who has been victimized, quote unquote, victimized. Let's continue. Here they come.
It's mine, guys. Yeah.
All right, so there they are right there. As you can see, they're jumping into action. Now, one of them could be dead already. Okay, they could be dead already. All right, they jumped out to somebody and confront somebody that they don't know, they haven't vetted, they don't know. This guy could have already stabbed one of them, especially in this situation. So what are they trying to do now? Okay, we're going to confront them now like gorillas, intimidate him, and now see what happened. Hey, what happened? So now they're trying to get information. It's too late. All right, one of you guys are already dead. Or you've already committed an assault. Now you're going to jail. Hey, what happened? Now they're trying to gather information as fast as they can, but now they're exposed. All right, they got a little bit of information. Now they're ready to fight. Okay, they got about 5 seconds worth of information. That's enough to put my life on the line. Okay, this is crazy. I mean, you guys got to watch this as young men. This is not hate for women. We're trying to tell you to watch this as a young man. Because these scenarios come up all the time. And you don't have time to think about it when it really happens. So we're telling you, this is why we go over this every day. Death by simp. Do not do this. All right? Gather information. Most of the time when a woman's screaming that she's not being victimized, it could be that she's lying. Would you put your life on the line and die knowing that she lied? Yeah, that's going to be a horrible death.
No, it's mine.
Bro, give it back, bro.
Give it back, bro. And these are two young men. These are two young men. I would say no older than 22 each. Two young men that are sprung into action. And look at her back here. Look at her back here. I want you to take a look. Does she care, bro? Does she care? These guys are all gorilla and aped up, and she back there smiling and cheesing. So are the women in the van. As you can see. All right, am I making this up? Am I teaching? Press 1 in the chat if I'm teaching right now. This is a teaching show. This is to teach you guys. This is a joke to them. To this guys, this is serious shit. They've now committed to something serious. So now, here we go.
That's good. Let's go. Go.
All right, so there you go. All right, this could have been worse than this. All right, now we're boxing. Could have been a stab or shot. All for what? All for what?
He can take it.
Bitch ass nigga, give me that. So he feels good about himself. He was able to intimidate someone. There they go. All right, with their cornrows and fake money. And notice these are all niggas on Las Vegas Boulevard. As I told you, Las Vegas is trying to get rid of the riffraff. I was right. I know it seems like the timing ain't right. Las Vegas is trying to get rid of the riffraff. And this is right where I said, right in front of Tropicana. All right. Oh, sorry. Right in front of the Flamingo. Not the Tropicana. Right in front of the Flamingo. Right where I fucking tell you where they're trying to get rid of the riffraff. Right in front of the Flamingo. That's where that location is right there, if I'm not mistaken.
It's fake, you're clowns. You guys are clowns, it's fake. See you on YouTube.
Yep, that's the worst place on the strip right there. Right, that's the worst place on the strip. That's the low budget area right there on that side of the street. All right, just let you know that they don't want that type of shit here. If you can afford to come here, they're trying to raise the prices out of that, and they'll weather the storm and they'll lose a little bit of money to make sure these type of people can't come here. All right, so anyway, that's a teaching point. All right, shout out to our brother here. What do we got here? We have Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Wait, is that the last one? Let's see here. Oh, I guess that's it. All right, that was my teaching point one right there. Okay, let's get out of there. We got the outro, if I can find it. Damn, I need to get my buttons fixed here. That's what she said. Straggle, Sniggle Theater, out.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Yeah, I need to fix my buttons. Okay, Straggle, Sniggle Theater, shout out to you, brothers, man. Yeah, let's get it. They need tourism, coach. They need us to, no, they don't. All right, no, they don't. They got money, reserves. They got investors. They don't need your money. All right, they don't need these niggas here. All right, shout out to you. Let me do the super chats. We'll do a quick catch up on some things, and then we'll get to the next segment, which is Crime and Law CGA, an update on the Anthony Edwards situation. All right, shout out to our brother Lameek, says they jumped out of the Sprinter van ready to die for that punani meow. He says, I'm not even taking a bullet for my dupes. I'm sorry, but my life is just beginning. Take me out with the, wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Yeah, Cody Draper says, Coach, tough question, Coach. When is it valid for a man to hit a woman? All right. If the woman has put hands on that man and she is squared up and she is somewhere assaulted the guy and he has to defend himself, at that particular point, we both human beings. All right. So it's always valid when he has been victimized, assaulted, or abused, all right? Shout out to Chris the Garbage Man. He says, I don't know if you heard, but Trump is considering rescheduling marijuana to a Class 3. States and local municipalities are saying it would be good for more tax revenue. He says, I am for it, but it just goes to show where people priorities are when they blame the economy. Shaking my damn head, for sure. All right, the dispensaries and marijuana places are busy, but people will say they ain't got no money. I mean, stop. I'm like, dude, y'all got enough to buy an eighth, all right? And all kind of pre-rolls and all kind of bushes of indica, but all of a sudden the economy. Stop the bullshit. Stop the bullshit. Lameek says a few shillings. for the collection plate. Shout out to the coach Gang Yang and all the good ish. Shout out to all that good ish out here. Jermaine, with OnlyFans, sleeping arrangements in the junior college, society in America has allowed a red light district to be established that's only available to the elites. Men simply won't stand for this. It's time for a change. Okay, we got Sharia law.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
All right. So what could men do about this? All right. What could men do about this? Well, let's just take places where there are a red light district. All right. Thailand, Amsterdam, and places like this, where I was, Costa Rica. All right. They literally have a whorehouse, a hotel whorehouse, right, in Costa Rica. All right. So they have red light districts just about everywhere. And may I add, men will do nothing about it. There's nothing you can do about it. In fact, it is possibly the most helpful thing that can happen. I know people don't understand this, but in a sense, it does balance the relationship marketplace. It does balance the relationship marketplace because now you can distinguish who is who. Like the hoes that are hoeing is going to go hoe. All right. They're going to go hoe. And now you know who they are. You can go to their places of business. You can see them in an establishment. You can pull them up and slot them in wholeness. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to be a hoe their whole entire life, because hoe well, they can change their mind. All right. They can be like, I'm going to do this for 2 years. I'm going to pay my way through college by stripping. But it balances the marketplace, because what then happens is you have men that want to do it go to the providers who do it. Instead, what happens is here in America, as you're playing the moral crusader, the moral Cape Crusader, saying we're not going to stand for this being a red light district. Well, you're on the outside looking in either way, because as we have a silent red light district, you have women playing both sides and men playing both sides. So you have men making hoes, keeping hoes, and they're trying to make the women that aren't hoes into hoes. So the men who are trying to change it, you're on the outside looking in on both sides. The women that are hoes are also being, they're able to be used. And then you have the men that don't want to pay the hoes, make hoes out of the regular women. So they're targeting and muddying up the waters of regular women. Now, I'm going to make a comparison. I have to bring in this comparison to show you how detrimental it is to the society. In the alternative lifestyle, the Duke shooter culture, we call them the gays. What gays do is they have all these gay niggas over here. What they do is they say, wouldn't it be great if I can turn out a straight guy? Now, for the people in that lifestyle, that's a thing. So they have all these Duke shooters to pick from. The lesbians have all these lesbians to pick from, but that's not good enough. Let's go to the other side and try to turn them out. This is what we do over here, all right? And for the men's side, men, instead of going to where the hoes are, they don't want to pay for them. So what do? They muddy up the water and try to turn out regular girls. Right? This is what game guys and Cold Approach and Max and pimps do. They got all these hoes to pick from that they can't knock. They can't run game on them. They can't get over on them. They simply got to pay. Those guys see that as they can't do it. That's beneath them. So what they do is they muddy up the water of the regular population of women. When they got all these hoes available over here. So it's actually worse to not have a red light district. What they do is, I got too much game for this. I shouldn't have to pay. So they go to regular bitches. And what happens? That regular bitch gets turned out and ran through by 25 of these niggas. And then now, for you, the outside guy, she's useless. She's ran through. And she be a whore that got nothing from it, which is worse. You're like, oh my God, you didn't even get nothing from it. All you got is hard dick and bubble gum from a group of niggas that had syphilis and gonorrhea. So she even gets muddied up. Okay? She even gets muddied and murked up. Because now you're like, oh, she just got ran through and used by these niggas. So it's actually worse to not have a red light district. It's actually worse. It's worse overall for everybody to not have it, because you're going to have the people try to finesse and turn people out. That is the purpose of having it red lighted. And because now if you want it, you can simply just go over there and get it and go back your business. Even if you're a guy that doesn't want to participate, or you do want to participate, you can simply go over there or not go over there. You can avoid it. Then the women that don't want to be in that life, they can simply be like this. You can come up to them and then you can be like, hey, I want to be a part of that. She says, I want a relationship. And you say, I just want to hit it real fast. And she could say, if you want to just go fuck somebody, just go over to the whorehouse over there. You see what I'm saying? She can literally, and by the way, in places of red light district, that's what they'll tell you. When you're in Costa Rica and you basically say, hey, I just want to hit it real quick, those women will say, just go to Jaco Beach. I'm not at Jaco Beach. Just go over there. All right. That's what they tell you when there's a red light district. When you're in Amsterdam, that's what they tell you. Hey, look, if you just want to fuck on something, there's girls sitting in the window over there. That's what you want to do. Just go over there. It's 50, 60 bucks. So those women don't get muddied up. They can do it if they want to, but there's no pressure for them to get turned out and tricked and finessed. There's no need to trick and finesse me out of Punani. There's girls that do it for $60 over there. If that's what you want, just go over there. All right. And by the way, when you go to these places, you go to Thailand, same thing. They're like, just go to fucking Soy Sick or Walking Beach. You're good. You're going to get some pussy. Just pay the bar fine. You're good. We don't have to do that over here. You don't have to trick and finesse me. So they can just point over there. In America, we still play this game of morality where group of people are trying to figure out how to change this. And you're conflicted. You're like, morally, I can't support a red light district. That's against God. It's a crime. It's an abomination. It actually balances things out. Unfortunately, it actually balances things out. It actually makes it so we can distinguish who's who. For instance, on Instagram, they're all whores. All of them. Every single woman on there that is doing any Instagram activity that is related to them being scantily clad are a whore in some way. Okay? So with that being said, as long as we accept that, then you know it. All right? You know what you're dealing with. You know what you're dealing with. They're either are whores or were a whore. All right? That's what they were or are. And then some guys will be like, there's some good women over there. No, that is a brothel. It's been a brothel. It is a brothel. These are all escorts, whores, strippers, and skeezers. All right. That's what they are. If they're participating and looking any sort of way. Now, if you try to go over there and run game on them, it's going to be a waste of your time because they're all effectively whores. All right. Why are you doing this? Why are you wasting your time sliding in the DMs, trying to finesse it? Now, every now and then you'll get one that you are trying to turn out. And you'll get one woman that is trying to work her way up the whore ladder. And you'll eventually get her over there. And then you'll muddy up the water again. You'll pump and dump her. She'll get ran through. You'll call her a no good, senseless whore, a cum dumpster. And then cycle repeats. All right. And then the next guy comes through and say, this woman's ran through. And then now she's useless. And now she was a cum dumpster. You see what happens? So essentially, the red lighting, the OnlyFans, the women that are sugar babies, this literally takes them and moves them over here for a period of time so we can distinguish who they are. Now we got them classified. We can put a stamp on them. We can tag them. We can monitor them. We can see when they move out of the marketplace and into the normie marketplace. And we can say, oh, this was her. This is her history, her background, her tutelage. On the other hand, when you try to eliminate it and stop it, then you just take, for instance, if you eliminated and stopped OnlyFans today, what would happen? And a lot of you guys in the red pill, you think that's going to solve anything. Matt Walsh and the TRAD cons, we need to ban OnlyFans. What would you think would happen? Would they go out of business? would they not have another platform to jump over onto, Fansly? You would simply not be solving the problem. You wouldn't stop the debauchery overnight. All right, that it wouldn't stop. They still would sell their content on Telegram. Believe me. It wouldn't do anything. You would just stop one platform. Matter of fact, I'm going to give y'all some inside information. Who wants inside information? Who wants some inside information? Press 1 in the chat if you want some inside information. Because I'm about to give y'all a straight up gem right now. Okay? I'm about to get y'all a straight gem. This one, some of y'all know, some of y'all don't know. But the reason when you're on the dark side, I find out information and I give this to you, and sometimes I give it to you for free. Sometimes I give it for you for a fee. All right, but I'm about to give you one. But this is what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to hit the like button. All right, you're gonna have to watch this commercial. You're gonna have to go over here. All right, I'm gonna drop a link. Please visit this link. All right, sign up and make a profile, and I'm gonna give you a free fucking gem. I'm gonna give y'all a gem. Some of y'all know, but most of y'all don't know. I'm about to give y'all a gem of all gems. All right, but check this out right here. All right, check this out.
Has the modern dating landscape confused you? Have many of the standards that you heard you're kind of tired of hearing about, and you're wondering, what does it all mean? Well, look no further. Join us talking about the monetized dating marketplace right now on Locals, and it is CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can create a free account to join the conversation between the Coach Gang members, but also on Sunday, we do a live stream demonstrating all aspects of the monetized dating marketplace, and coming soon in 2025, you're going to have access to a sample of the monetized dating marketplace course where you can get information related to how to participate in the monetized dating marketplace and or how to understand it, so you're not out here spinning your wheels trying to figure out how you're going to best deal with the monetized dating marketplace. Listen, everything and every aspect of dating is monetized. We just want to relieve the frustration that you might have about it. So the best way to do it is make a free account right there on Locals, CoachGregAdams.locals.com. You can get access to those live streams, but create a free account. Just join the conversation. I am the only one covering this conversation from this point of view, and yes, I am ahead of my time. Get ahead of the information before you're priced out.
Okay, all right, man. Look, this is gonna be, I'm gonna give y'all a gem, but you gotta hit. I'm the only one to give you this information, man, and because I'm not lying to you guys. So I had a JUCO situation, all right, and this person showed me that on Insta. This is why when you guys say banning OnlyFans, I'm like, you guys are like idiots, man. You don't realize how far behind the 8 ball you are. So have you guys heard of TikTok? They have 304 TikTok. All right, 304 TikTok, and these are women that do any level of what you call sex work, and they talk about it on TikTok. All right, and so there's a whole lane, a dark market of TikTok called 304 TikTok. All right, well, Instagram has a lane over there too. All right, now, I don't be over there exploring it, but I know there's a lane over there. I've showed you a couple of videos. Now, also on the gram. Now, since you're in Las Vegas, you guys know that it's active here. People know that there's a lot of strip clubs here. There's a lot of women that work escorts and sugar baby. There's a lot of that here, but there's a lot of that everywhere. But one of the JUCOs that I was talking to showed me a private DM group where there's women of all lanes, sugar babies, women that walk the carpet. I don't know if you guys know what that is. All right, but basically these are women that show up like that when your country come to town and you see all these attractive women sitting around the slot machines and having drinks at the bar. You think that these are single women that y'all going to run game on. All right, but these are girls that are working, all right? And you got scrippers, women that work at several clubs. Most scrippers work at least 2 clubs, all right? They don't work at just one, they work at 2 clubs. So they have a whole private group. And what they do all day in this group is tell you where it's slow and where the business is. All right. So what they do is during the day, they basically say what hotel, and then somebody that's on the carpet at that hotel will say what's going on over there. And they'll take a picture or a video and they'll be like, it's slow, it's packed, come over here, so forth and so on. Then they'll be like, on there, they'll be like, it's Vice. They'll put what hotel and they'll say Vice. Vice is obviously the Las Vegas police. They're monitoring it. So don't come here today. Don't walk the carpet here today. Don't do it. They'll put the club. They'll be like, Rhino. And they'll be like, it's packed. It's slow. And they'll take a video and they'll show it. And there was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of women in this message board. Hundreds. Yep, they'll say celebrity here. Okay, I can't name a celebrity, but they'll tell a celebrity. Basketball player, baller here. And then all they go and show up. So here's the thing. When you say, like, it's deeper than this. It's deeper than just OnlyFans. If we shut down OnlyFans, these hoes got a literal system. They got it locked down way ahead of where you're at. You're basically playing whack-a-mole against women trying to play survival. Okay? They're ahead of the game. So you'd be like, how come these girls ain't just getting arrested? Well, they let them know that, hey, some shit going on over here. It's hot. Don't come over here. Don't come to the club today. Don't waste your fee to come here and your house fee to come here and dance today. Yo, it's way over the top. It's way over the top. It's way ahead. And I would just imagine that this is everywhere. And these are volunteers, by the way. This is why I don't see it as a victim. To me, it's a victimless crime. They're choosing to do it. So they're helping these they're helping these people out along the way so that all these girls just don't get rounded up and arrested. All right. They'd be like, oh, it's hot over here. They can tell where the undercovers are. Don't come over here. Don't come over there. Or there's mad tricks over here. They'll talk about who's what. They don't really talk about the guys. All right. They're not really in here like this guy did this guy did that. But what I'm saying is this, and I'm trying to get men to understand this. This is why I can't get riled up with the current condition of where things are. I can't chimp out for you fucking incels and MGTOWs and red pill ragers because you're way behind the 8-ball. Like, I've seen way too much. I'm too much on the dark side. I know too much information, and I knew we were going to get to this point in life anyway. And we've already been here. But it's just gotten worse because of the internet, right? The internet and social media. It's just gotten worse, and it's going to get progressively worse. It's not going away because it's not going to help just because you take that off. Guys, you know that there's already 3 versions of OnlyFans that are not OnlyFans. There's already 3 versions of it that are highly popular that you don't know about. So if you took that away, there's already 3 versions of it that they would just go from there to there. And in 3 to 4 months, they'd be right back where they were economically. The same group. That's like if you get rid of Vine. The Viners go to Instagram and they still become popular. Give it a couple of months. They just move the audience from there to there. All right. And that's how fast it would happen. So that's why I say, and I've been saying a long time, men are so fucking behind. You're at least 10 years behind. The average man is 10 years behind all of this. So you're over here looking over here and you're like targeting this. And then as soon as you get rid of that, you guys start cheering. Yeah. And then, dude, they can be right over here in 3 months. Right here. In 3 months or less, they be right over here still collecting paychecks. And guess who over there fast? The guys that buy. Because they already got them on the mailing list. They would already set it up before they go, okay, this is closing down. All right, this strip club is closing down. This whorehouse is closing down. We're going to be over here on this corner. They'll be all in the message board, the chats. They'll be all on their Telegram, and they will just jump over there. So you're wasting your time. I need men to be more progressive. You need to be ahead of it. But simply stopping it and banning it does nothing. It's too late. There's too many roots and branches. Banning it is gonna do nothing. There's the dudes in this space, the red pill space, in the traditional conservative space. You're way behind. You ain't catching up at this point. They got this shit down packed. They got WhatsApp, Telegram. You guys are shit out of luck. All right. All right. You're chasing over here the OnlyFans. We need to ban it. You're way behind, bro. Way behind. So shout out to the guy that had that chat that just made me go through it and look at it. I'm like, y'all don't know what y'all doing. Y'all fucking fucked. All right, anyway, shout out to Kevin G. Last one. Sounds like your voice is getting back to normal, Coach. Glad you're spitting out the phlegm. He says, keep your esophagus lubricated. Okay, that's over the top.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
That's over the top. All right, but I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I'm getting rid of that phlegm at the end of my sickness. Okay, anyway, shout out to you guys. Coach, man, we need hope. Read my book, The Evolution. All right. Read my book, The Evolution. All right. Anyway, let's get to it. Crime and Law, CGA. Oh, my goodness, man. Crime and Law. I would like to be on the accord of the red pill, but I think the red pill is a bunch of morons. Like, I can't, because the moronic things that you guys say, sometimes it just makes me shake my head. I mean, I know it gets views, but I just be like, you guys are idiots. All right. You guys are idiots. You guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about at all. All right. Anyway, a bunch of this. We need to do this. And morality. We need to do that. And we need to cancel this. Idiots. And they ain't going to cancel a damn thing. That's the funny thing about it. You ain't going to cancel nothing. All right. So you're like, it needs to go away. Ain't going to do shit. So that's the funny part. You ain't even got the leverage, the legs to even buy it out to get rid of it. All right. Anyway, it's like that's why the red pill is fucking funny to me. Because I'm like, y'all so fucking cooked. Crime and Law CGA. All right. Anyway, but I'm a little bit too much advanced. So I get it. All right. And then want me to chimp out. I'm like, you guys are fucking idiots. Speaking of, we have what? In the jolly old England, right here. British cops wore jogging outfits to elicit catcalls, then arrested some of the men who hit on them. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, the humanity.
Wowzers. Oh, my goodness. Okay, I'm going to get to the story here, but importantly, you can see the picture on the screen here. We got flatbacks. And, of course, they're in Lululemon type attire going, is this entrapment? Going jogging in, in their, what do you call this? Panties, all right? Form-fitting outfits to elicit catcalls and arresting men on catcalls. Jesus.
Oh, the humanity.
Yikes. All right, so we're going to go ahead and see if we can click the article here and see what the hell is happening here. British cops. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can click it up here. There it is right there. British cops. All right, there's something here. I see it, Nick. All right, British cops wore jogging outfits to elicit catcalls, then arrested some men who hit on them. From catcalls to the doghouse, female cops in England went undercover as joggers wearing tight-fitting clothes in a bid to elicit catcalls, then arresting some of the men who hit on him, according to the report. The Surrey Police Department created a trial task force which lasted for about a month and led to 18 arrests for offenses like sexual assault, harassment, and theft. The female officers were sent during rush hour to hotspots where open sexual harassment of women is commonplace and pretended to be joggers. And it says one of our officers was honked at within 10 minutes. Then another vehicle slowed down, beeping and making gestures just 30 seconds later. That's how frequent it is. This is according to the police department right here. This is crazy. One of the officers in the group said the harassment she faced during the trial period reflected her everyday experience in Surrey. We get catcalled, we get honked at, people slow down just to stare or lean out of the window to shout something. It's so common, but it's harassment and it needs to be recognized as such. This is Abby Heyman. She told the Telegraph. There's the police officer there. This behavior is either a precursor to something more serious or it's ignorance and it's fixable, said the cop. That's where our intervention comes in, to stop potential repeat offenders or to help people understand that what they're doing isn't okay. Critics of the program include the Free Speech Union, which said the tactic, which was a bizarre social psychological experiment, and that police should enforce the laws on the books, according to the outlet. All right, so there's the article there. But as you can see, where the things are headed, the direction of things are headed here. So this is where they're going to spend their time. This is where people are. I mean, come on. They even admit they wore form-fitting outfits. They literally went out there with form-fitting outfits. It ain't like they went out there in a potato sack, which doesn't mean that they're not going to get harassed. They went out with their peace sleeve knuckle out. All right, form-fitting attire, sports bras, and I'm pretty sure they took a photo in this, but I'm pretty sure it was far worse. They probably went out with the draws that we see women wear in Lifetime Fitness and or Equinox. Right, it probably was way far worse than this. Right, way more revealing. And then just getting the cat call. They're leaning out the window, they're screaming, they're honking, they're looking and leering at us. All right, wow. But of course, there goes your cold approach in jolly old England. All right, there it is right there. All right, because they're saying it leads to more. Okay, I blew the horn, honk, you know? Not that I would honk at women, but that they're criminalizing or saying that it's going to lead to more predatory behavior by honking at them. Now we have an alleged update on Crime and Law CGA. This is alleged. Everything that I say about this story is alleged. We have Anthony Edwards back in the news. I've seen this being reported. I don't know if it's entirely true, but they're actually going to reference a legal filing in this case. More drama continues. NBA star Anthony Edwards claims that the baby mama Aisha Howard is stalling custody agreements until he pays $500,000 and issues a public apology. Now, remember this story going back. This was the story that you men championed, and I call clown shit because I said you guys are championing something that you cannot do, and they're actually showing you he could not do this. Back then, maybe about a few months ago, Anthony Edwards said he want nothing to do with the child's mother, who was Aisha Howard, and that he would lump sum pay $1 million in lump sum, right, in advance to wash his hand of the relationship with this woman. Now, I said he couldn't do that. I was like, this isn't true. He offered to do it, but people said he was going to do it, and it was as good as written in stone. They have an agreement, and that he washed his hands. And I said, he can't do that. You guys are championing nothing. And not only that, number one, you're saying he's changing the game or he exposed something, which he did, but he's also exposed. He's also not able to do it. So now you're seeing that he cannot completely wash his hands. Okay. He cannot completely wash his hands. So now he's in a pickle. Okay. Okay. Now he's in a pickle. So she's going to continue to do what? Baby mama terrorize him. So let's hear this particular update. We don't know if this is true, but when you think you can wash your hands by finessing the system, you can't. You can't just throw money at this and walk away because the system is the system. She's going to be on his fucking neck. Now, according to Anthony Edwards, or I believe here, Anthony Edwards' ex, Aisha Howard, allegedly demanded $500K and a public apology in their ongoing custody dispute. This is according to the Us Weekly. Okay, this is according to them. It said in court docs filed August 6th, That is a new update. That is not the original filing. So there was another filing after that, after the original case, which apparently settled. But apparently it's ongoing. I said it was a rumor from the begin with. I said he couldn't do that to begin with, but y'all didn't want to listen to me. Y'all didn't want to listen to me. All right, he changed the game. He made it so he could just wash his hand and walk away. I was like, do not celebrate that shit. That is not true. It is not true. All right, that is not how you're not able to handle that way. And she gonna be on his fucking neck. Okay. It says, and this is Los Angeles, so you already know you can't do that. Can't pay child support in advance in Los Angeles. It says Edwards, 24, claimed Howard, 38, has refused to finalize paperwork granting her sole custody and physical custody of their daughter. So it looks like he filed. Yeah. All right, so they finalized it here October 24. She's refusing to sign. The court awarded Howard custody in May, but the two have not agreed on terms. Howard says Edwards' team initially added provisions barring her from disparaging him or posting photos of their child, which she never accepted. Okay, that does happen. All right, people make an agreement, and then when the paperwork is drawn up, there's a addition to the original agreement. All right, so, you know, if you are in any contract dispute or you're trying to finalize a contract, what you will find is that they will add something after the agreement, and it will be very minimal, but it will be important. Okay, so this is what they're alleging that the woman is saying. Oh, we agreed to something, but y'all added this after the agreement. Okay, so let's go back. She's saying they added this stipulation or provision after we agreed. You can't disparage him or post photos of the kids. She's like, I didn't agree to that. Edwards' team said those provisions were removed. But Howard then demanded an apology on all of his official social media platforms, retracting, quote, false and defamatory or misleading statements and affirming her integrity, which this is just her being in her feelings. Salty bitch. Salty as hell. Edwards also claims that she requested in addition to $500,000. All right, including an apology. Howard told us, I want to make it clear that my request for compensation was never tied to an agreement to any custody orders. I asked for compensation due to substantial financial and reputational damage that I've endured. So it sounds like she's asking for that in addition to the custody agreement. So the $500K is for what she appears to believe is some sort of damage. All right. You've damaged my reputation. Okay. You're a 38-year-old woman that had a baby with a 24-year-old basketball athlete. You damaged your own reputation. All right. You an old burrhead by yourself. All right. So yeah. Yeah, on that one. But this is something that I told you about on this one here. So you have what you appears to be an agreement for him to be able to wash his hands. As you can see, there's no such thing as washing your hands. Even though that he was willing to pay off in advance, which he can't do, she now is trying to extort him for more money. Give me $500,000 extra on top of that for some sort of psychological damage and embarrassment that you did, which she could simply handle that in civil court, not the family court. So she added that stipulation as of late and then jumped in there. And I think she wanted another $55,000 a month, according to something else that I read related to this case. She wanted additional monies on top of that. $55K a month. And if I do the math real quick, all right, we're going to do ninja math. That could have been what the child support order was. $55,000 a month times 18. Yeah, that possibly would have been. Oh, no, yeah. Okay, yeah. No, that's way ahead of what it is right there. All right, so yeah, she wanted that $55K a month. Holy shit. That's crazy, bro. That's a crazy work. $55K a month. All right, shit, no. All right, that's way too much money, baby. If I'm not mistaken, that was a report that I read, $55K a month. So crazy stuff. Again, you're not going to wash your hands. All right, you're not going to wash your hands of these women. So it was a nice try by Anthony Edwards. But as you can see, this is the type of woman that is hell-bent on sinking him for a long time. Also, it looks like if you do have a child support case in California, let me just remind you, this is why you're saying he could just wash his hands for $1 million. He can't. Let me tell you how it works. Is it $5,000 a month? Okay, somebody look up the article there. Maybe it was $55K for the year. Maybe it's $55K for the year. Okay, but if you have a child support case in California, you can modify the child support amount over time. All right, and you typically need a change in circumstance, which would be a change in income or a change in custody. All right, those one of the two situations can lead to a modification. Typically, you can ask for a modification about the 6 month to a year mark, which means in effect, if Anthony Edwards makes more money in the next 5 years, he gets the Supermax, he signs another Supermax. He gets a advertisement or a sponsorship, if you will, or he adds another financial layer to his catalog. She can then, yes, go back to the County of Los Angeles, ask for a modification. Ask for a modification. He also can ask for a modification if he retires or if he has an injury and he can no longer perform. More than likely, those times they don't modify the income, all right? They don't modify the child support. It can happen, but most times it doesn't happen. That's like when you lose your job. I lost my job. I want a modification. Not really. So again, CGA was right on that. I'm not one of these guys that this is a win for men. I'm often the one to just tell you the truth. When he said he wanted to do $1 million lump sum and wash his hands, you guys jumped on it. It's a win for men. He broke the code. He checked. I was like, do not fall for that. It is not true. All right. First of all, you can't do that. There's no child support. There's no county in California that would allow you to pay advanced child support. None. None. If it goes to court, more than likely we do have child support on the case. The Department of the DCSS. Now, if she agreed in private, she could have agreed in private, but still, if you're paying child support in California, it can be modified at any time on a change of circumstance, change in income on either side, change in custody, either side. It's ongoing. It's an ongoing case. And I was going to give you another example of this. Oh, by the way, there was a time where I had, I had a child support case. My ex wanted more child support when my daughter was 17 and a half and my son was turning 17, right? It was a complete farce. But what happened was when the case was settled, we had an agreement of me paying because they did a retroactive back to 10 months. She wanted the retroactive back to 3 years. They only gave her retro to 10 months. But I agreed to make an additional payment on the retroactive, including the child support going forward. Now, those child support cocksucking criminals, what they do is they'll say, okay, we have an agreement, but we're still going to do what? We're going to intercept tax returns. We're going to check savings and bank accounts. We're going to go in and check if you do have extra money. And if you do have extra money, they'll just steal it or they'll call it intercepted. So even though you agreed to pay an additional cost to the retroactive, they see retroactive and they still try to steal money from you. So that's what they did to me. I agreed in principle. Since we agreed on a 10-month retroactive, I agreed to pay down the retroactive as I paid the forward child support. So I was making the payments and I was making the payments that I agreed upon. They still went in my bank account, right? And they went to 3 different accounts. Now, when they went to 3 different accounts, they stole the entire retroactive from 3 different accounts. So they took the total from the retroactive. They took the total from 3 separate accounts. So they overtook money, right? They over collected. in the state of California. They overcollected. So they overcollected while I was in Kauai. I was out of town, right? So I was out of town. All of a sudden I wake up and I'm checking my bank account. They took I can't even remember how much they took, but it was like $20,000. It was like 20 grand or well above 20 grand. It was close to $30,000, all right, that they took total. So it was 10,000 here, 10,000 here, 10,000 here, right? They took 10,000 from 3 different accounts. So I'm sitting there in Hawaii and I'm saying like, holy shit, right? Imagine you're on vacation, you know, and fortunately I had more than that socked away. Hint, that's why you should have money in that's why you should have fucking, you know, you got to have reserves. So they took like 30K. Now, mind you, I'm in Hawaii and I'm looking at buying a G-Wagon. So I'm negotiating a G-Wagon and a money transfer for a G-Wagon while I'm in Hawaii with this black girl, all right? And they're taking $30,000, all right? I'm sitting there like, holy shit, it was crazy. All right, here. So it was crazy. So I could have been stranded, right? I could have been shit out of luck with this girl, right? This nice piece of chocolate calico, and looking at her like, how we going to pay the bill? Like, I could have been shit out of luck. Like, timing is everything. So fortunately, I had another bank account that had, I'm good. With that being said, I basically had to make a call, right? So I called them up and I said, okay, I owed you $9,000, but you took $9,000 or $10,000 from 3 separate accounts. All right. And so I made one phone call and simply they cleared it up. They said, oh, yes, we see this. And they refunded one immediately. Like the next day, they refunded one. And then they said, since we overcollected and we cannot overcollect in California, we will send you a refund. So when I got back from Hawaii, a few days later, a check was in the mail for the refund. So there was like a $9,000 check back in the mail. Okay. So with that being said, and by the way, just letting you know, I had 4 child support payments going forward, and it was only for the next 6 months. So I still owed them child support, which means in effect, they could have just took it and said, okay, we'll just take it and now we'll just complete the child support for the next 6 months. No, they basically said we overcollected. We know you owe more going forward, but we're going to still refund you. That's why I know you cannot pay in advance child support in California. That's why I knew it was a lie that Anthony Edwards was going to pay $1 million in advance for 18 years and walk away. I knew it was a lie. I was like, that's not true. You can't do that. All right. And I knew it. And you guys were celebrating it as you could do. I said, you cannot do that. You cannot pay. California does not let you pay in advance. Now, if this was settled privately, which I'm just telling you, she's not this type of woman that will settle things privately and just take the money and run. She's a baby mama terrorist. She's going to try to get as much as she can. So I would assume DCSS would be on this. You cannot pay it in advance. Okay. So it was a lie and it was not a win for me. All right. So I tried to calm you guys down. You guys were like, Coach, you're not chimping out enough for us. You're not celebrating wins when there's wins. I was like, it's not a win. All right. So look at her asking for more money now. All right. Now she's got pain and suffering. So she's going to continue to be on this nigga's neck for the next 18 years. Now, remember, everything about this, what I'm reporting is alleged. I don't know any of these cases. They're referencing other reputable, so-called reputable sources. I don't know all the informations, but she's going to be on this. You think she's going to walk away for $1 million? Absolutely not. Not when this guy's making $300, $400 million, potentially close to $1 billion over his lifetime. She about to follow him the rest of his life and be a thorn in his side. And she can, because the case is in Los Angeles. She can. And she ain't even going to sign the final paperwork. She trying to extort and stick them for more money. And man, so good luck out here, gentlemen. Good luck out here, though. We got our agree or disagree segment coming up. This is the opportunity for you to do what? Your opportunity to participate in the show. All right, participate in the show. Shout out to Kevin G. J says, I'm dealing. Okay, I already got those. So I want to catch up and make sure I'm not too far behind in the chats and supports. Yep, she about to be pocket watching him for the next 17 and a half years. No government name DW says the free agent lifestyle is the only way. Is the only way. We got our brother Greg, the Bataram, says, these women are broke, coach, on Seeking. I've seen so many women that are requesting PPM for dinner to discuss how we will move forward. The old days are a thing of the past. I remember a time where you were expected to pay for dinner only on the first date. Okay, and they're not calling it selling it sex. They're like calling these somewhat pseudo relationships. Hustle every day. I think I'm broke all the time, ma'am. That's why I hustle every day. I stack my deck with 5 contracts and 4 side hustles. That used to be hobbies and work them like a job. You better boss up. Shout out to no government name SD. He says, from the doom and gloom, we are almost 8 months of Trump being in the White House. Do you know what rights the women have lost so far? I don't know. And he says, I saw a single mom buy her son a King Von birthday cake for his 10th birthday. Pretty sad.
Oh, the humanity.
Yes. And he says, being a landlord will make you hate normies. People that want to live in a place without paying the rent are the lowest of the low. He says, I've never had a tenant be on time for a year straight. I'm going to just tell you, man, look. People think, you know, they follow these things, buy real estate and rent out houses. Bro. They make it sound so easy. I bought 20 properties and I rent them out. Woo-wee. If you ever get in the real estate business where you have rental properties, you're going to have to carry a firearm and collect your rent at the door. You talking about knocking on doors on the 5th, putting notices on their door on the 3rd. It's passive income. It's easy money. What? You're going to have to knock on doors, bro. Where my rent money at? You're going to have to send legal notices. You're going to have to hire lawyers to draw up eviction paperwork and 3-day pay to quit. Don't ever think it's easy money. It's passive income. Oh, hell no. Then find tenants. I'm not trying to make it scary. All I try to do is give you a reality pill. They'll jump up here with their Lamborghinis and Ferraris talking about how all this income property that they own. Woo! And you're going to hear sob stories. You also have here's the thing that you have against you is you have the equal opportunity housing. What do they call it? Equal opportunity housing. Discriminatory organizations that make sure people aren't discriminated against. All right. So you can't be like, I'm not going to bring in black women. I'm not going to bring in single mom strags. I'm not going to rent to young couples. You're going to get sued. You're going to get sued into the fucking ground. So you got to be like, hey, you got to give people equal opportunities. They go through all of your properties and you only got white married couples in there. Then don't let them get in there and there be a rent moratorium or they be a Section 8 or I got to apply for Section 8 or they file for bankruptcy. Okay. It ain't passive. You're going to be like an old Jewish woman knocking the door to door. Where your rent? Collecting rent, taking the cash, all right? And they be like, can I give you half today and half tomorrow? No, they can give me my whole rent. All right, give me my whole rent, bro. I ain't leaving the door, all right? Put your foot in that door. They go, all right, I'm going to bring the... Same thing with Section 8. Section 8, all right? You're going to wait for these Section 8 people will have $40 of rent and they won't even pay it. All right, and then you waiting for the government to send their portion of the rent. All right. Meanwhile, your mortgage is due on the 1st. You paying that mortgage down on the 1st. All right. You got to pay your mortgage on time. So you better have a surplus of money You better not be living paycheck to paycheck. You better have a surplus of money. Oh, by the way, when they move out, okay, right? When they move out, you hope they don't destroy your shit, because you're going to have to go in there and change the carpet, replace the vinyl floors, the linoleum floors, repaint the cabinets, all right, fix all the damage, water damage, Kool-Aid stains. You're going to have what? Take all the junk that they left out. Hey, man, the shit is not passive income, all right? People be like, this is passive income. It's a job. It's a job. And then these people are going to sue you to collect their rental deposit. Hey, I gave you an $1,800 deposit. They want it all back. All of it. They lived at your house for 3 years. They want the entire $1,800 deposit back, as if you ain't got to replace the carpet and repaint the walls that they done smoked out, okay? You give them less than $1,800 back in deposit, they taking you to the people's motherfucking court, all right? Just like that. Tell me I ain't lying. Tell me I ain't lying, because they need that $1,800 to go to their next place that they're going to destroy. And you like, all right, I give you $600 back. They going ballistic. I gave you $1,800 3 years ago. Look at all this fire damage and shit. Your son done burned down the fucking wall in the bathroom, and there's water damage over here. The carpet's fucking stained. All right, look at this shit. Who been smoking dope in this apartment? The walls are all yellow. All right, yo, now you in here. You gonna spend, you better have lawyers. Shit. All right, and then they left a whole bunch of junk in the house that you got to have a junk place come and pick up all those pissy ass mattresses and shit. And toys and shitty IKEA dishes. You got to have all of this here. It's going to cost you a couple $100 to have somebody come back and pick this garbage up. All right, anyway. Yo, it's crazy as hell. All right, anyway. Shout out to y'all. Let's get to agree or disagree. Please let me, I'm just letting you guys know, just because I don't want you to get scammed. All right, do not listen to these people that tell you it's super duper easy. You buy all these investment properties, you buy, and then you got to find tenants. All right, you got to find tenants. Then you got to collect their deposit first. And do not let them believe that it's this passive income. You're very much going to work for this. Now, it could be very good for you as you develop a portfolio of properties that you can hold on to for many, many, many years. And then if you hit a good lick, right, you can have people buy this portfolio of properties and you can make a lot of money down the line. This is great investment, but you're going to work for it. You're going to work for it. And you can hire people to do this. Hence, then you're going to take less money out of these properties, right? You're going to take less money. All right. So anyway, nothing is going to be easy. There's nothing easy out here. Everything is a grind, and everything is going to require some elbow grease unless you're investing in something that you think you're going to hit a big lick on in 5 to 10, 20 years. All right, let's get into it here. Agree or disagree. Let's have some fun. Where are we at in the show? Okay, we're at the 3-hour mark. Fuck it. Agree or disagree. Got several videos. Remember, we're going to agree or disagree on the premise of the person in the video, not necessarily on, you know, like the title that you see. We're going to listen to the person. Then we're going to see if you agree or disagree with the statement. We're going to start off with this guy. He looks like a rich person, right? Nice car. Looks like he's in a supercar. Let me play the video, and then we're going to see if we agree or disagree with it, what he's saying.
Spoil your wife, and you will receive a fountain of wealth. It's true. When they say happy wife, happy life, really what it should be saying is happy wife, big freaking checkbook. I can attest to this 1 bazillion gazillion %. The happier my wife is, the more that I do for her, the more that I spoil her, the more wealth that I receive. And it's so interesting too, because this is like the exact opposite. Like every teaching right now, every relationship, like it's all doing the exact opposite, and everyone is getting divorced. Everyone is losing everything. People aren't making money, they're losing money. The last thing I'll say on that is the greatest flex that a man can do is make it so that his wife does not need to work if she doesn't want to make it that his wife is fully in her divine feminine, feels safe, provided for, and happy. And if you think that's simpish, well, maybe you're satanic, son, because God literally commands it. Love your wife. Spoil.
All right, so you see Timu Jesus Christ here. He says, spoil your wife and you will be rich. All right, now do not agree or disagree on the premise. You're agreeing or disagreeing with him in the video. There's more to that statement there. So I'll play it again so you can hear it. And then, all right, we're going to say, do you agree or disagree with him? All right, agree or disagree with him. All right, Timu Jesus. Do you agree with Timu Jesus? All right, let me see if I can put it up, because this is usually a shit show. All right, you can put up the poll right there. All right, I'll play it again so you can vote in case you're not listening.
Spoil your wife and you will receive a fountain of wealth. It's true, when they say happy wife, happy life, really what it should be saying is happy wife, big freaking checkbook. I can attest to this 1 bazillion gazillion %. The happier my wife is, the more that I do for her, the more that I spoil her, the more wealth that I receive.
All right, so yeah, the more that he spoils his wife, the more wealth that he receives. All right, spoil your wife, happy life.
And it's so interesting too, because this is like the exact opposite. Like every teaching right now, every relationship, like it's all doing the exact opposite, and everyone is getting divorced. Everyone is losing everything.
All right, so the men who are getting divorced are not spoiling their wives. According to him, generally, that's the case.
People aren't making money, they're losing money. The last thing I'll say on that is the greatest flex that a man can do is make it so that his wife does not need to work if she doesn't want to make it that his wife is fully in her divine feminine, feels safe, provided for, and happy.
All right, there it is. And what else?
If you think that's simpish, well, maybe you're satanic, son, because God literally commands it.
All right, God commanded. Okay, yeah, man. Resorting to Sky Daddy to drive home your point is very cowardish, but that's neither here nor there. All right, let's drive it home with some data, some empirical data, Obsidian. Okay, drive it home with some data. Don't drive it home with Sky Daddy ascribed, all right, because that's cowardice. All right, that's preying on people's emotions and faith and belief systems and shit like that. But we have 17% of people who agree with Timu Jesus that spoiling your wife and the biggest flex that you can have is that she doesn't work. All right, plus you also have a lot of women who agree with this, as you can see here on agree or disagree. A lot of women love to hear this right there. Brandy says, literally a biblical principle. There you go right here. That's because whatever you give her, she will return it. She will return it to you multiplied, including debt. And then we have women saying 100%. Women give spiritual protection to men. All right. We have Amber in the building, a black girl named Amber. I saw my daddy spoil my mom into success. My husband is on an exponential level since we met. All right. So is the debt, but that's neither here nor there. All right, so let me guys know right there. All right, on agree or disagree. We have this person that says having side chicks is toxic, that polygyny is a healthy solution. Hear her out before you vote. Let's hear what she has to say on this. Polygyny is a healthy solution.
Situations where there's a wife and there's a side chick, to me is that a very toxic situation. It would be better if we were to practice polygyny. More women would have husbands and there would be less competition, and women would live in sisterhood. They would love each other and care for each other and care for children. Children would have more mothers. Imagine that type of impact on our community when our people have more mothering. Situations where there's a wife and there's a side chick, to me is that a very toxic situation. It would be better if we were to practice polygyny. More women would have husbands and there would be less competition.
All right, less competition. More women have husbands. There would be more present fathers. There would be less men sneaking around. Yeah, I'm going to tell you, when you have at least 2 or 3 women in a rotation, I mean, it's hard to put in 4 or 5 or 6. You'll do it. You'll try to balance it, but it's hard, right? So you got 2 women pleasuring your nutsack. I mean, you're like, what more can I say? All right, you'll just stick around. You'll be less likely to sneak around, or maybe you can invite in the third. All right, we could do 1s, 2s, and 3s. All right, do you agree or disagree with her that polygyny would be better overall? All right, polygyny. All right, polygyny girl. You guys know what I'm talking about. Agree or disagree with her. All right, the men that won't have one girl, you guys will be absolutely disgraced. All right, so there'll be more competition for men, less competition for the women. By the way, we're already doing polygyny. We're already doing it off paper. All right, when you have baby mama, baby daddy, when you have a stepdaddy, all right, stepdaddy, baby daddy, these are all polygynous relationships or polyamorous. All right, agree or disagree with the polygyny girl. You're agreeing or disagreeing with her, not on the premise. Not on the premise. You're agree or disagreeing with her, not on the premise. All right, we got the next one here on agree or disagree. And this guy says that this region of the United States has the biggest simps. All right, shout out to a man supporting men. I think we have 1 or 2 of your videos in here.
I love you down south niggas to death. But if there was gonna be an award given to the biggest simps in America, nigga, by region, it'll be you niggas. I'm just keeping it motherfucking real. Before you say, nigga, you don't know shit about the South. Nigga, I'm from Kansas City, but all my folks is from Arkansas, nigga. Mississippi, what the fuck you talking about? I went to motherfucking school in goddamn Pine Bluff, Arkansas. I know how you country bunking motherfuckers get down. I know how you mosquito bitten niggas get down, man. For real. And don't get me wrong, I love the South, nigga. I got a family full of them motherfucking niggas, man. And I'm telling you, nigga, these niggas cannot wait to fuck they goddamn uncle, cousins, brothers, ex-girlfriends, and some more shit. And to find a bitch with 17 kids to kill you over. The more kids a bitch got, the better the bitch is to that nigga. And he will shoot you in the motherfucking face and go to prison for it. I'm just keeping it motherfucking real. Now, we got pimps, we got players everywhere, man. There's some real niggas from down south, man. There's some real P's out there. But for the most part, man, it's simps, man. Lollipop niggas for bitches. Man, I'm telling you. These niggas is diabolical, the things they'll do for an ain't shit ass bitch. I'm just keeping it motherfucking real, man.
Woo!
It is what it is. Those who know, know. I love y'all motherfuckers, but nigga, you niggas is legendary. You niggas are y'all niggas are marry a bitch that's already pregnant by another nigga. Them niggas is different. You niggas is different, man. You niggas is different, but I love y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all to death, nigga. Don't let nobody else tell you different.
All right, so the original guy is Don the Misfit 85. If you go want to follow him, I've been saying that I said the South has the biggest simps for sure, if you will. But goodness gracious. All right, he went in, called you mosquito bitten, lollipop ass niggas. What do I always tell you? Country bumpkins, you Bama ass, Bamas. Bamas are been a problem for a long time. You know, my mama said, you know them Bama ass niggas, Chad Johnson and Shannon Sharp. Them, I've been telling y'all for a long time, these men are a problem in the world, in the United States, and for black men, because I believe 66% of black people live in the South. I want to say it's something like 66%. So the vast majority of African Americans live in the South. And then if they don't live in the South, they came directly from the South, right? Two or three generations removed from the South. So that's the vast majority at that point. This is why you then can say black men are one of the biggest simps, close to Indian men and beta Asians, and they end up being the biggest simps. And backwards too. They'll tell you one thing and do the other. They'll dirty mac you and say they are a pimp on the other side. They'll say they're a pimp and then they a simp. Or they say, they say they don't trick and they trick, right? So they tend to be talk out the side of their neck. They say one thing, I'm a player out here, and be a whole trick. I'm a real P, and then there'll be a whole simp. Right? So it's a confusing, perplexing situation here. So do you agree or disagree that with Don the Misfit and a man supporting men by way of a man supporting men, all right, 92% of you agreed that, yes, black Abba Dabba Dabba ass, Deion Sanders ass niggas are the biggest simps. All right, I agree, 92%. This is not even close. And shout out to Don the Misfit. He was roasting mosquito-bitten ass, country bumpkin ass niggas. All right, so shout out to them right there. Yeah, and some of these, a lot of the women that date men from the South, a lot of them are down low, right? They do the down low thing because they're butt broken. A lot of these guys that you think are, they country bumpkins, they're cool. They've also been slightly effeminate or slightly single mother raised or slightly country bumpkin or slightly down low. They'll have that. You get that a lot in the South. Once you go to the Midwest, the West, and the Northeast, you don't see black men literally teetering the line between down low and, like, you'll see them niggas doing the whole, I can't do it, but they'll be doing the whole stanky. They'll dance like women, they'll wear capri pants and anklet pants like women, but they'll be very masculine and big Bo Jackson built ass niggas, right, in the South. And they'll do the whole carrying the purse like a nigga, like a bitch. Them niggas, man, in the South is brand new ass niggas. All right, I'm telling you. And they'll be dressed like gangsters and shit and standing there holding and be down low, dude shooting ass. The South is y'all southern niggas. Anyway. Effeminate talking ass niggas. Yes. Southern dudes, I can't trust Southern black men. When I get around Southern black men, I'll be like, you don't know where they coming from. All right. They be butt broken. Okay. All right. Anyway. Yep. Wearing dresses and skirts. Yeah. Atlanta Southern niggas are not it. Y'all some brand new ass niggas. And then anyway. Let me go to the next one here. Agree or disagree? Agree or disagree? This guy says this.
I will always prioritize my wife's happiness above everybody else in the household, because if she is happy, the household's going to be a way better place. She also is the primary carer and nurturer for my baby. Even though I love my son, he wants to be around mom more than he wants to be around dad. And then it is mine. My happiness comes last. My feelings come last. I am there to do a duty in that household. I'm there to show up and make sure that everybody is cared for, protected for, and the household is solid every day. As a dad, your feelings come last. They do not matter. I think not enough men live this way. They prioritize their happiness and their feelings and then wonder why their house is in shambles. I will always prioritize my wife's happiness above everybody else in the household.
Sheesh. Damn. Hey, it's getting hectic out here on y'all, bruh. All right, Red Pill is dead. All right, Red Pill is dead. This is the counter movement right here, bruh. All right, y'all ain't gonna make it. Y'all ain't gonna make it. All right, so agree or disagree on the prioritize. Remember, you're disagreeing with him, not the premise. Prioritize wife's emotion ass nigga. All right. Woo. All right. Goodness gracious. All right. This is what you call counterintelligence right here. The COINTELPRO of the masculine space is real. Okay. He has a theory here. His name is Cole. Sorry for the music in the background. He's holding the PBR here. He got tattoos and a bald head. He's got the alpha look and everything. Woo! You on your own out here, guys. You're on your own. I'm just telling you, you're on your own. Nobody's coming to save you.
I will always prioritize my wife's happiness above everybody else in the household, because if she is happy, the household's going to be a way better place. She also is the primary carer and nurturer for my baby. Even though I love my son, he wants to be around mom more than he wants to be around dad. And then it is mine. My happiness comes last. My feelings come last. I am there to do a duty in that household.
Is this AI? Or is this AI? But let me tell you, as a married man, I said this last week, in order to make a marriage last, you're going to have to simp. You're going to have to simp. There's no way. And in a way, that's what he's saying. All right. In order to make this household stable, if I do it this way, I have a harmonious household for a period of time right now. So he's willing to sacrifice his priority of being happy for the betterment of the entire household. Well, this is a charade. Oh, you know, this is like juggling fucking chainsaws at some particular point, right? So he's in a happy, stable home now. Let's see if we can kick this can down the road 5-10 years, and let's see if you can juggle these chainsaws and not cut your wrist off. So, yeah, I mean, that's his survival mechanism. It is his intentional step to simp to make the relationship work. This is not what I don't disagree that people don't do this, but this is how men get through. This is how men get through.
I'm there to show up and make sure that everybody is cared for, protected for, and the household is solid every day. As a dad, your feelings come last. They do not matter. I think not enough men live this way. They prioritize their happiness and their feelings and then wonder why their house is in shambles.
Woof. They prioritize their own happiness and feelings and wonder why their household is in shambles. Goodness gracious. We know men live like this.
Silence, you
As the one guy said, 50 Cent, men are happy hostages. All right, they're happy hostages. We'll just go along with it. We won't ruffle any feathers. Just deal with it. Just grin and bear it. Yes, dear. All right, you're always right. Yes, honey, you wear the pants in the family. And then sooner or later, she's saying, get up, bitch. Right? It's crazy. Okay. We have a guy named Ray Daniels. He speaks of relationships, and he's actually talking about poly relationships as well. All right, we have another poly person. Here we go.
I never said this ever in my life out loud. Okay. Especially on camera, not even on my show. I've been in a relationship with 2 women for 7 years now. Poly life is how we all should be doing it, because poly life is about economics. So I sat them down. They was cool. One person can't be it all for an ambitious person. For me, if you want a man that wants to conquer, he conquers for life. That's what he does. It doesn't make sense. You want him to buy all the cars in the world. You want to make all the money in the world, but you only want him to have one girl.
I was saying, people that have the most opinion be the first ones that would be right there. Like, can I have the second girl?
My life is awesome.
Okay, so they're not allowed to sleep with other men.
Why would you want to?
Okay,
I don't
fair enough.
because my thing is this. Is the only time when a woman speaks like that, she's operating out of ego, which means she got to get out my life. Because it's not natural for a woman to want to sleep with more than one man. It's like God didn't make it that way. And it's a one fact. If I slept with 100 women, in one day, I can get all 100 pregnant. If one woman slept with 100 men, she only got pregnant by one. So for me, it's like, I don't want to be with a woman that wants another man. Unless she wants another man, then I don't want to be with you. For the first 5 years, I lived privately.
Because people have made you feel like you're doing the wrong thing.
No, I'm worried about women attacking them. I've never said this ever in my life out loud. Okay. Especially on camera.
All right, so this is another guy advocating for poly. I've been telling you, poly will become more of the norm as we go forward. It's going to be less we actually practice poly already, all right? And it's off record, though. It's not recorded. People do not proclaim to be poly. They don't not fill this out in the census form. But as we go forward, the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years, you'll see more people engage in this type of behavior openly, and it will become a norm. All right, then you'll be able to check a box, especially in New York City going into Los Angeles. And then economically, as he's stating, economically, it is better. The previous poly woman said, it's better for us to be able to raise the children. So you're seeing less people lean on traditional relationships. Like, they can't even afford to be in a monogamous relationship. Could you afford to be in a poly? When you look at sugar babies, when you look at the OnlyFans, when you look at baby mama, baby daddies, these are all forms of poly relationships. Men typically are not in the dominant position, but there are some men that are in dominant positions in these type of relationships where the woman says, okay, I'm in this role. All right, so anyway, and then he included even when the women come back and say, well, if you can sleep with multiple women, I can sleep with multiple men. He can just reject that and the relationship doesn't go forward, as opposed to the opposite way where the woman could accept it and he could say, why would you want to do that? He also invoked God into the conversation, which I bow out gracefully, but that's neither here nor there. We have 67% agree with him. Like I said, poly is not going to work for the masses. It's just going to work for the group of people that it can work for, right? But most people, y'all can't afford one woman, so that's where y'all got a problem. We have another guy. How many more do we have here? Because we're looking at time here. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we have 3 more. Okay, we have another guy that says he suggests that men actually like bonnet babes. Men actually like bonnet babes. All right, this is another video by a man supporting men, but it comes by way of the guy Love Crossing Borders. I'm not sure what that means. All right, never heard of him. Maybe that's a Passport Bro offshoot type of a guy. You can see him at the bottom of the screen. You're going to see a series of bonnet babes with typically younger women. Maybe it's the younger woman thing. But this guy's going to insinuate that men actually desire these bonnet babes. Here we go.
That bonnet is not a disqualifier. See, come on, fellas, let's be real. We sit back and we talk good on our live streams and our television shows and, on our panels. But let's be real. It's a lot of brothers that smashing bonnet chicks even as we speak. Them bonnet chicks do not be in the grocery store by themselves. They be with y'all, dog. Let's be real. Let's not in front. Them chicks, like my man just said, he said, I used to take my chick to the beach in a bonnet until he started dating Latin women. So let's be real. Somebody smashing, beating the brakes off these chicks in bonnets. Somebody getting bonnet chicks pregnant. Some of y'all getting in arguments with bonnet chicks. Some of y'all going on your 3rd child with a bonnet chick. Some of y'all taking bonnet chicks out to dinner with a bonnet on. Some of y'all you pull up in a drive-thru right now at KFC or Chick-fil-A and your chick got a bonnet on her head. So let's not act all brand new about this bonnet. I give women a little bit of grace when it comes to the bonnets. The reason why I do that, because y'all still smashing them. What's the use of me and other content creators and Monique and everybody else saying, hey, ladies, don't wear bonnets outside if you Negroes still going outside with them in bonnets? I don't blame the women. I'm serious about this one. I do not blame black women for wearing bonnets outside. If y'all still walking up on them, talk about something, let me get your number. If you still walking with them in a grocery store, y'all still walking next to them because you got a big butt in the bonnet. Big butt, big breast in the bonnet. And you know it. You do it here in South America. Y'all be in the Afro-Colombian community, man, and them sisters starting to wear bonnets, and y'all be all out in public in bonnets with these Afro-Colombian sisters. Don't be acting all brand new like Dre don't know. Y'all be all in Brazil, bonnet chicks. All them Brazilians. 150 million black people in Brazil, and you fall in love with a bonnet babe.
Now, I can't disagree with that. When I was in Costa Rica, I was with a woman and she wore a bonnet to bed, all right? And she tried to have some morning sex with a bonnet. I was like, all right, nah, I'll take that damn bonnet off. But I do see where he's coming from with that. Now, he's saying, I don't know if he's saying he likes bonnet babes. I see where he's coming from because dudes do go overseas and they date strags that speak Spanish or Portuguese. So they don't take a different type of black woman. They basically take a nicer strag that speaks Spanish or Portuguese. So he's overseas. Somebody, you guys recognize him as Andre or Dre. Shout out to him. Welcome to the show. But he's insinuating that you guys are not changing the behavior. You're just coming over here and getting fat, booty, Spanish-speaking Afro women who still exhibit the same behavior. All right, so, I mean, I see his premise. Now, I don't know if he's saying, again, he likes bonnet babes. Okay, I don't know. I'm not attributing that to him. That sounds like where he's coming from. All right, but these typically women are basically nicer version of the black women you're trying to avoid. They still are strags with different language. All right, so Shout out to him. I despise the bonnet. I'm going to just let you know. I despise it in public and mostly in private. I mean, there's only one scenario where the bonnet is appropriate is when I'm asleep. All right. If I'm asleep and you're next to me asleep and you want to sleep in that fucking bonnet, all right, and you want to keep your hair all silky and smooth, hey, you got to do what you got to do to keep your hair silky and smooth. I can't discourage you from wearing that silky bonnet pillowcase on your head. And because I love the way your hair looks, you got to do what you got to do. Tuck your hair in that bonnet. All right. But if you think I'm about to have sex with you in the morning, or I'm going to see you walking around the house with your lip all poked out and you making me breakfast in the bonnet, all right, I draw the line on that one. I can't. And certainly we're not going outside with this bonnet. All right. Certainly we're not going outside with this bonnet. So we're not going to the airport. We're not going to breakfast. We're not driving in the car. You're not doing your hair while I'm driving. So you're not walking to the car with the bonnet. No way. All right. That's a no-go. I draw the line severely there. So you better prepare yourself. Do not come out the house with that fucking bonnet. All right. Anyway, we got 2 more videos. We got it split down the middle. So as you can see, a lot of niggas like bonnet bitches. All right, so he wasn't wrong. He was right. We have a woman that says broke men are dangerous. All right, broke men are dangerous. Oh.
A broke man is a dangerous man, and you have no business dating one. And I'm not talking about lavish dates and trips. I'm not talking about having a ridiculous standard and being shallow. I'm talking about the fact that when a man is at a point in his life and he is not able to do the most fundamental things for himself, he is at war with himself. And you will be the punching bag in the war that he is having in his own self. You do not want to be that. Society puts a lot of pressure on men to be providers, to be protectors, and their identity is associated with that. And when they cannot even do it at the most basic level for themselves, that is a problem for them. A lot of men, what they do, obviously, it's survival. They'll find a female that they will love bomb, they will convince to invest in their potential, to let them move in, to, let them put their stuff in her garage or use her address or any type of thing to get by. And here's what happens. Either you spend your time, your years, your youth, your money, your resources building this man up, and because he is not in a man's position, he does not feel like a man. And once he's built up, he will take all of your investment and go invest it in another woman who actually makes him feel like a man. Or what happened in my case is that he actually stays, but he develops a secret hatred towards you. It's a secret competition. Every chance he gets, he's trying to dim your light. He tries to tear you down. He speaks negatively of you, and he doesn't want people to think good things about you. It's because he's insecure in his own manhood. And when men are broke, they are not secure in their manhood. You need to leave that man alone. You need to let him go through his process. You need to let him do whatever he needs to do to get on his feet, but you are not the one to help him. If he has to go and sleep on other people's couches, so be it. If he has to go home for a short time, so be it. We've all been at low points in our life, but you, ma'am, don't need to be the one rescuing him. You are not Build-A-Bear. You are not Captain Save-A-Ho. You deserve to be loved, protected, provided, cared for, showered with gifts, showered with love. And I'm not being shallow. It doesn't have to be trips to Paris and Rome, although we don't refuse that. I am saying that when a man is not where he wants to be, it is never going to serve you. You are going to be the one paying for it. He is either going to build himself up and go somewhere else or stay where he's at and secretly resent you for it.
Let's just be clear. I don't disagree with her entirely. The premise is true. I mean, we were just talking about it. All right, you're not in your best position as a man when you are negotiating with less. All right, some men can overcome this. Most men don't. All right, so I agree on the premise. It sounds like she's adding in some experience that was negative towards her. And let's just be clear. she sounds like a bitch. All right, let's to be honest. All right, so her personality would basically be like sandpaper against me. All right, so it seems like that, of course, because women have progressed financially in formal education, that she is now growing as a person. More power to her. But now she has grown past him or outgrown him. Or now once he catches up or he's attempting to catch up, she's competing, he's competing, which is dangerous to any relationship. So the man's going to be called insecure if he thinks that she's getting away. Or if she feels like he's not secure with himself because of where he is financially. She will contribute to that. She will say, I'm doing better than you. I make more money than you. She will remind him of this situation. Men do the exact thing when he's with a woman that has less. Hey, I paid the bills around here. So the woman does the same thing. That creates an insecurity on whoever it is, regardless. But she has a bitchy attitude related to it. And she's using it as a power to demean him. So then when he lashes out, she could say he's insecure about it. All right, that's where it is, unfortunately. But I do agree with the premise that broke man can be dangerous. Okay, can be dangerous not only to himself and all of that, but he can be dangerous to women who are maybe advancing. There are several stories related to this. There's a story about a Playboy playmate. Her name was Dorothy Stratton. And so she had a pseudo pimp boyfriend while she was in Canada. He was older than her by maybe a decade. Let me pull up the story. Let me pull up the story. Let me just use another person here. Where's the guy right here? Dorothy Stratton. I can only show so many pictures here. So Dorothy Stratton in the late 70s, early 80s. She had this boyfriend. He was kind of the cool guy in the 70s, kind of a pimpy, flashy guy. He was 28. She was 18. He would try to help her become a model. Eventually, Hugh Hefner met her, and she became one of the biggest playmates at that time at 18. Right, back when 18 was just right. All right, back when 18 was just right. Now, y'all, for some reason, it's a problem. All right, but that's neither here nor there. What happened was she became popular amongst celebrities and this and that, and hypergamy was happening. So he started to become less secure about this, and she was getting away. He was living off of her, and he was somewhat, holding masculine frame over her like a pimp does, keeping the pimp hand strong. But Hugh Hefner's grip was getting her away. She started meeting more celebrities and becoming more famous. Guess what? He ended up deleting her. All right, he took her out. So that's an example of what she's talking about. Broke men or men that are below the woman become dangerous. So it does happen, although we don't want to admit that it happens. It does happens. All right, it happens. All right, the woman moves past and shoots past the guy. All right, even though she might love you and want to stick and stay around, the guy can't handle it. And then he remembers where she was. Oh, you done shot past me? Oh, yeah, okay. If I can't have you, nobody else. And he deleted her ass. So he skitty popped the shit out of her. I think in a roommate too. I can't remember. But yeah, he was like, nah, you ain't getting away from me. All right, so it does happen. Like the premise is true. Broke men are dangerous. All right, I know we don't want to admit that over here, but yes. All right, broke men can keep women back. All right, you ain't getting ahead of me, bitch. All right, yeah. All right, you ain't gonna lose me. All right, remember, I'm gonna keep the pimp hand strong. Well, she millionaire and she got millionaire people all over here. She got Hugh Hefner, and then Hugh Hefner like, I ain't in it. My name is Bennett. I ain't in it. All right, and she's like, all right, let me go ahead and give these other guys a chance. You're a meanie. All right, you're insecure. And yep, he was like, well, you gotta go. Here's the Undertaker.
Pop, pop, cut, cut, cut. Skitty, keep, pop, pop. And a pop, pop, boom.
All right, so dangerous men, broke men can be dangerous. I guess last one. All right, Jesus. This segment is just drawing on a little too far here. All right, there we go right here. Last one. We have a woman that says, well, if you're out of shape, you are not suitable for a relationship. All right, here we go. Light-skinned, green eye, mulatto. Take it away.
What you want, but I do not believe a woman who is out of shape deserves to be in a relationship. When it comes to love, there are rules one must abide by, and the first one is love thy neighbor as you love yourself. So if you cannot love yourself enough to make sure you are physically fit, emotionally fit, spiritually fit, baby, you are not qualified to love anybody else. Feel how you want. Call it what you want, but I do not believe a woman who is out of shape deserves to be in a relationship. When it comes to love, there are rules one must abide by, and the first one is love thy neighbor as you love yourself. So if you cannot love yourself enough to make sure you are physically fit, emotionally fit, spiritually fit, baby, you are not qualified to love anybody else.
Boy, is she tightly packed. I mean, goodness gracious. All right, Jesus. She is tightly packed. Whew. Right, natural too. All right, she got her natural. Is that her real hair? She definitely a mulatto. All right, this is not just a light-skinned woman. This is a whole mulatto. And she is packed. All right, here we go right here. What did we say? She said fat women are not relationship material. She targeted the women. All right, so here we go right here. Overweight women. All right, let's see here. What's going on here? All right, XX is not for relationships, girl. All right, let me see here. Let's see here. All right, we'll put it up right there. All right, so let's put it up on the screen here. She said overweight women, fat women. And listen, the premise is true. If you don't love yourself, there's no way you can love someone else. I've been saying that for a lot of people, teaching point. How can you love yourself? I mean, how can you love someone else and claim to love someone else, but you don't love yourself? There's no way. There's no way that I can believe you love me way than you love yourself. So if you're insecure about yourself and you're like, but my insecurities and my self-esteem, and I'm like, huh? Well, how can you love me if your self-esteem and insecurities are just going out of control? This is crazy. All right, this is nuts and insanity. It's bullshit. So she's saying the same thing.
Feel how you want. Call it what you want, but I do not believe a woman who is out of shape deserves to be in a relationship.
She came for the jugular. A woman that is out of shape does not deserve to be in a relationship. Okay.
When it comes to love, there are rules one must abide by, and the first one is love thy neighbor as you love yourself. So if you cannot love yourself enough to make sure you are physically fit, emotionally fit, spiritually fit, baby, you are not qualified to love anybody else. Feel how you want.
Feel how you want. All right. I'm not going to tell you what this woman's name is because you simp ass niggas will be going over there, but I'll be paying her a little bit of attention a little bit later on and hitting the DMs on the Instagram brothel website to see if she'll be busy next weekend. All right. Of course, they didn't give her any credit here. Or they didn't even credit the right person. All right. We're going to find her. Tragic mulatto. All right. Anyway, let me get the super chats and catch up. We got It's an Evil World We Live In briefly, and then we'll get to the main event. We'll get to it. 4.5 hours of
I got time, cuz.
the best entertainment on YouTube. Preston says your happiness ruins her day. This is a fact. For the guy that is judging, using the woman's happiness to proceed in the household, then if you're happy and she's sad, then you got to be sad. Joshua Moon says, kick the can down the road, ass niggies. And he says, goofy, giggly ass niggies. Shout out to the Southern niggies. David Torrance says, I love being a whore. Goodness. And we also love hoes.
But I know you too, man. I've known you for a long time, and I know that you like hoes.
Wow. Well, now, wait a minute.
Greg the Bataram says, do you run into a lot of scammers on your end, or is it smooth sailing for the most part? Do a lot of women get you to do PPM right away? How do you feel about that? Remember, fair exchange is not a robbery. I don't run into a lot of scammers. I run into a lot of hustlers. And that's not only in dating, but it's also in business. All right? Never, ever think that you're going to go get money and hide, especially if you get money in public. All right? So I know you guys think I'm going to get rich and nobody knows. False. Okay? I'm going to just get rich and hide. No. So, yes, you don't run into a lot of scammers. You just run into a lot of hustlers, people that want to help you. They want to put on screen doors and do your landscaping and put on motherfucking solar panels, and they want to clean your windows. Okay? So people do find you out. They want to wash your cars in the parking lot, right? They're going to find ways to be able to find you. So don't think they're not going to hide. When it comes to women, the women that would normally not involve a conversation with you will all of a sudden date you for a reason, right? PPM, you're interesting. All of a sudden your funny jokes start hitting. Okay, you're cool to be around. They'll overlook your deficiencies. So if you're at the JUCO, all of a sudden attractive women will date you for a reason, right? They'll be around you long enough to be able to collect and dip. So do I find it? What do I feel about it? Well, what do I want from this? This is the part. What do I want from this? Okay, am I going to get what I want from this? If I can get what I want from this, I'm going to do it. Now, if they make me tap dance like you niggas that don't have nothing to offer, then it's not going to be worth it. So if I get my car washed, if I get to save some money by putting solar panels on and I can afford it, if I get somebody to clean my windows, which I'm not going to do, if I get someone that does my landscaping and does a great job because I wasn't going to do it, if I get somebody that comes in and cleans my house, the Mexican Rosalinda woman, if they want to go clean my house and they make it very much cost effective, I'm going to do it. Do I feel like I got scammed or finessed? No, just because you parted ways with money does not mean you got scammed. Now, if you parted ways with money that you didn't intend to part ways with, you got scammed. Okay, so there's a difference where guys will be like, these women trying to finesse us. No, they're not. They're just offering you a service. You're not willing to pay for it. You don't feel like you're going to get a fair exchange. You're getting finessed. But we're offering a service. She offered a service. You took it. That's not a scam. All right. That definitely is a service provider. All right. That's you offered a service. I was willing to part ways with whatever to get the results of that service. I got the results of that service. That's not a scam. That's not finessed. None of that. All right. If Rosalinda comes and says she's going to clean my house and she doesn't clean the house, and then when I walk in the house, she says, I'm all done, pay me. And then I pay her. And when I leave, this bitch didn't dust, didn't clean, didn't put dishes away. She didn't mop the floor. I got scammed. Okay, there's ways to look at it. John Doe, facts coach. He says, my neighbor rented out his house and moved out of the state. This was during the eviction moratorium. The family moved in and never paid the guy. He lost $50K over the entire ordeal. My mom was a property manager. People will trash her place with no remorse. Okay, so watch out for that, guys. That is definitely a case here, and it is a risk. Kevin Sullivan, he says, my cousin asked my brother for $3,200 so she would not get evicted. He's a real estate agent, so he looked up her case, and the house isn't in her name. It's in her mom's name. Give her the Undertaker bill. What?
Oh, the humanity.
Wow, what? What the hell? One thing you guys got to realize is that you guys are so worried about your female scamming you and finessing you, which the finessing is funny. Y'all be like, she tried to get $50 from me. I'm like, okay, Jesus. All right, please don't give it to her. But some of your female relatives are some of your biggest scammers. Some of your female relatives are some of your biggest scammers. Your sisters, your cousins, your nieces, your daughters, your mama, down the fucking line. There's a funny meme that somebody sent me related to this. Really quickly, are you guys enjoying the show? We're going to get to the show, but here's the funny meme. It says, me looking at my little sister's story after giving her $100 for an emergency. Yeah. So they use love and hey bro, hey big bro, hey cuz, hey little bro, hey nephew, right? They gonna get you. And they get you for little here's and there'sies, onesie twosies, all All right, little nickel and dimers and shit. Fucking you over, right? That's how you be looking. And not only did she get you, nigga, she got her sugar daddy and she got her boyfriend and she got everybody on the way up. And now they outside. All right, so watch out, G's.
Gotcha, bitch.
Watch out. Look how you looking. Hey, big bro, let me get 100 real quick. You know, I gotta, and then she be outside buying them hoes drinks and buying Sheen. Shout out to Xavier Knight, says Britain is a joke. They refuse to prosecute their cultural enrichment imports for grape. He says, yet they can find time and resources to arrest people for posts on social media and catcalling. Mark Orwell, he says right here, Orwell's 84 fiction again. All right, we got a lot of people on the Cash App and the Ko-Fi, so I'm going to get to it. Oh, my goodness. All right, but if you're in the business of procuring things and, getting things in fair exchange for something back from women, as long as you get that, I don't know what the finesse is. What is the scam? You took her to dinner. You fucked her. All right. Where's the scam? All right. Now, if I take her to dinner and my intent was to have sex with her and she knew that and she didn't give me sex, right? Or she knew that I was investing in her to be able to get her to the crib and she hit me with it at the door, which women to do, or the church hug, or she might say maybe after the second date, I'm going to feel more secure. That is scamming. And she gives you none after the second date, and on the third date you schedule and she flakes. To me, that's a scam. But that's your fault. You continue down that route. Jermaine says, when I said I was at a red light district, he says, I'm not opposed to it. I just think the market should be equal. How do we make it equal? I mean, it's difficult. It is a touchy thing. So, it's a touchy subject. I don't think it will never be seen as equal. I think somebody's going to be seen as disadvantaged. So, there's never going to be a situation where you can make it equal. All right. There's no such thing as equal. Somebody's going to be slightly disadvantaged, or someone's going to assume someone's being taken advantage of. Okay. Today we have no red light districts in the United States per se. So as a result, the women get taken advantage of by P's, right? Trafficked, abused, put on drugs. And then the men that go into it, that pay, seems to be taking advantage of that woman as well. So that is not equal on that side. Then what happens is, if you have it highly organized, then it seems that the woman is maybe still be taken advantage of, or the men are being taken advantage of, or it seems like maybe the men are being taken. It's a tough situation. There's never going to be a perfect solution, but the outcomes are what you're looking for. All right, Teddy, De Niro, Tranquillo, patient came in 3 a.m., stabbed. He was tipped. Wait, he was tight-lipped. Okay, so he came in stabbed. He was tight-lipped. He had to go to an emergency surgery. The next day, a girl came in stating she was SA'd and wanted to press charges. Come to find out, it was his baby mom who got upset because he was cheating, a.k.a. creeping. Just got word he ain't pressing charges on her. So we got Now I got to cut you. It was okay, so that's where there was a mistake. Make Orwell fiction again. So that was what the last statement was supposed to read. Okay. It says, come to find out, the baby mama stabbed him for cheating. So he got stabbed. He didn't want to say how he got stabbed. A girl came in, said she was assaulted, wanted to shout out to our ER doctors. Blue Baggins, the T for her app, is the #2 on the APP store, or the app store, and that these 304s now all of a sudden are worried about privacy. Free agent lifestyle for life. Actually had a woman introduce the T app for her, and she was concerned that she was going to be on it. For sure. She was concerned that she was going to be on it. She was like, I know I'm going to be on it. But I do have the T app for her, just so you guys can see. And let's see if I can refresh and see what's going on over here. We'll do it live, just as we say it here on our show.
We'll do it live. Okay. No. We'll do it live. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
All right. So this is the man's version where they can put up the women, as you can see. All right. The men, we got slags. There's a little tightly packed woman here. Look at these guys got chicken. All right. They're not taking it as seriously here. All right. Let's see here. Okay. And most of these women are strags. All right. So, you know, as we can see, lowlifes dating each other normally is going to result in tragedy. All right. So watch out for this. Wes says, if I was Anthony Edwards, I would put $1 million in the trust and pay her from that monthly adjustment, the payment. Yeah, I'll try to read it as it's presented. It says, and pay her from that monthly, adjust the payment as necessary. Again, it sounds right in principle. He can put the money from the trust and pay that and adjust the payment as necessary. Yes, he can do that. The courts are going to do that for you. So he can do that. All right. And he's going to have to do that. So he can make that money, put it in the trust. And by the way, it won't come directly from the trust. He doesn't want to have that auto payment come from the trust, because whatever money is in there, they're going to use and say, oh, you got that much money in there? Let's adjust the payment. And so forth and so on. They'll just take it. But for him, put it in a trust, let it accrue interest, and then pay off. Yeah. Just don't give the number to the child support. Right. But do not give them the checking account, the account from the trust. Do not let them have that information. All right. They're going to fuck you over. All right. But CJ says, men of the past prioritize everybody else first just to kick the bucket 2 years later after retirement. And then we call the house and we call the house that he paid off for Big Ma's. Okay, right here. Can I get in that shoe? I'm not sure what that says there. What? What?
And
then we call the house that he paid off for Big Ma's. We call that house. I'm not sure what that means right there. But you're saying he was a utility. And then when he died, Big Mama had the house for another 15 or 20 years. And then that was Big Mama's house. I think that's what you're talking about there. I think what men don't want to be is used as a utility anymore. It's pretty simple. We want to be loved. We want to be caressed. Let's just call it what it is. Today's men want to be treated with respect and want to be actually loved for them. Right? We don't want to just be the utility guy that pays all the bill and die early. Men want to be loved ass niggas, right? This is what we want to do. Hold on for a second. Let me see if we can do it here. All right, we'll do it. Here we go.
See how lovely the feelings are. The tender love you give
new niggas, this is y'all. All right, doing want to be used, coach. I want to be loved for me. I want women to love us. All right, I want the genuine burning desire. I want them to hug me and cuddle me. These new niggas. Hey, I get it, man. Let me just tell you, bro. It ain't out here, man. These women don't motherfucking care about you, man. They don't give a motherfucking rat's ass about you at the end of the day. Will we all just understand that when y'all kick the motherfucking bucket, it's a wrap. They can fucking somebody else at the end of the day. They don't care about y'all like this. They don't give a fuck. Now, you might have one woman care about you for a period of time. They don't give a fuck about y'all. Like, in the long grand scheme of the picture, they could give less than a fuck about y'all. For a short period of time, you have a woman sprung on you for 6 months, a year or two, 3 years, and 4 skis. All right, but in the grand big picture scheme of things, they don't give a fuck. Can we agree on this? Can we, okay, agree or disagree? Wait, why is that poll still going? All right. Agree or disagree? I know, like, we're not talking about short term. We're not talking about a girl sprung on you. She's excited about you. She's got butterflies. All right. We're talking about in the big picture. Like, if you young niggas don't realize this, take yourself from 18 to 60. In the grand scheme of things, these women can give less than a fuck about you. Right? Just go ahead and just chalk this up. Okay? In the big picture, you're disposable, nigga. You just toss your ass to the side. It is what it is. You kick the fucking bucket, they like, where the life insurance at? Agree or disagree, vote with your heart. I mean, vote with your mind, not your heart. All right. Look, you be like, coach, no women never loved you. I've had a lot of women that love me. I got a lot of women that love me now. Give it time. And I'm not the best person, you know what I mean? So I'm not a good person to be in a relationship with. Some women be loving it though. I want to be in a relationship with you. I want you. All right. And as soon as I start putting rules and guidelines and shit, they be like, they don't like it no more. Right? And they kind of see me as a masculine figure and successful. So they're like, oh, I'll listen to you. They ain't going to listen to only a little bit. All right. And then they're going to be like, new niggy. All right. New niggy. It's all gone. At the end of the day, they can give less than a motherfucker about you over a period of your life. Like, they can give less than a fuck. All right. Whatever you become, you'll be worth more divorced than married. You'll be worth more dead than alive. For a short period of time, not so much, but for a long period of time, yes, so much. All right, anyway. It's terrible. And shout out to Cam in the building. All right, shout out to our brother here. And if you're a young woman, I don't want to hear from you. If you're 24, 25, 26, you got no opinion that it's valid to me. All right, you don't even know who you are at this particular point. You don't even love yourself right now. Like, there's not many 24-year-old women that can walk past a mirror with no shirt on and love what they see. All right, with their stomach all stretched out. All right, look at your stomach right now, ladies. Gentlemen, you too. Walk past the mirror. You can't even like that. You don't even like that. All right, you don't even like that version of yourself. Look at that stomach that you got. Everybody do this right now. Walk past the mirror and look at your stomach. Do you like that? Okay, if you don't even like that, what the hell are you telling me about your life? All right, shout out to our brother here. We're going to call you Gavarino. Coach, are you still writing a book or something about divorce court and family court? He says, shout out to you and the men who have survived the baby mama terrorists. No mas. Books are not in my future anymore, unfortunately, because niggas don't read. All right, so men don't read. They certainly ain't going to read a book. Most of the guys that are going to read the book are going to be in the situation, and they're going to be in an emergency. Or they're going to need help immediately, and the book is not going to help them. They're going to be in the contempt of court charges. They're going to want me to beat the system, Hail Mary them, and they want to do things like, I'm going to get the case dismissed. All right, the book ain't going to help them. We got our brother here. It is Van says context is important. Polygyny in my country with common law union is dumb, and Jamaica has that. They also have one of the highest paternity frauds on record, on human record. Disregarding marriage, if two women live with you for 5 years as a girlfriend, then you risk both women taking you to court for half of your stuff. And this is half of what they're entitled to because of common law union. A side chick can't take you to court for half of what you own. So he's saying do not engage in a polygynous relationship, even off the books, because yes, then you got to pay more. All right. They can still legally get you. We got a couple more, and we we'll see what we can do with the show. We'll try to matriculate the ball downfield. Shout out to our brother here. It is Leon. He says, Legacy Ninjas, listen up. I'm teaching my 17-year-old daughter about dating and marriage being dead, the wall, and effing around and finding out with me. And guess what? She's not happy. I'm not happy. She's not happy. All right. And she ain't going to listen to you. She's not going to listen to you. Not many daughters are trained to listen to their father. So when you start telling them the real and you tell them guys aren't nice to you for no reason at all these nice guys that want to, talk to you and walk you to class and bring you candy and, hang out with you and follow their Instagram, want to fuck you. And that's all they want to do. And when they busting up, they're going to be gone. They're not listening to that. You can't even tell a 25-year-old woman that. All these men want to get to know me. Ma'am, you've been through 100 niggas already. You still think that men generally want to get to know me? Yeah, they're super nice, and they ask me questions, and they heard that I'm a whore in my past, and they're willing to overlook it, okay? And I'm like, do you think perhaps that's because they want to penetrate you? They're going to bust 5 nuts and ghost you? Nah, that's not it. That's not it. They really genuinely like me. Okay, this is the 100th nigga you've talked to. And you still don't get it. You still don't get it. Somebody said next topic. Okay, that's how you get fucking deleted. Right? You don't think, but of course you tell your daughter that, hey, be careful. These guys just want to fucking penetrate you and get in your stank. They want a little stank on their finger. So watch out. Do not let them finger fuck you, and watch out. Do not let them get anything for free. Make these niggas pay. Not me. They really like me. All right. Men are generally interested in what I have to say. You don't want to break your daughter's heart. You're like, oh, Jesus. Lord, have mercy, protect her. Not all men are like that. Not all men are like that. Not all men are predators. Men actually like women. Not all men are misogynists. You're sitting there like, wow. And it be your own people. Trust me, I literally had coached many women, college, high school. I tried to put them up on game. They would come to my office, oh, coach, I met this new dude. He's so wonderful. He's saying all the right things. He listens to me talk on the phone for hours. He be cupcaking me. He ain't trying to fuck me and blah, 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 blah. 3 months later, tears. 3 months later, tears. I don't know what happened. He been acting funny. All right, we just started having sex. All right, he started hitting it raw. And now all of a sudden he this and that. I'm like, told you. Soon as he fucked you a couple times and he's done and he's ready to go get some new hoes, he gonna move on from your goofy ass. Haven't you learned this? This is time number 21. This is the 21st time. Right here. You thought this was going forever. You can't tell them that the next guy is just going to do the next thing. All right, he's actually nice. The other guys be trying to slide through at midnight, but he actually listens to me and we have FaceTime conversations and he wants to take me out on dates and he listens to me talk about my whore past. He doesn't judge me. He really likes me. Men really like me. Okay, just go ahead and fucking tell him you got pregnant. Tell him you got pregnant on the last time you fucked. Tell him you're never going to fuck. We're not going to fuck. Tell him you're never going to have sex. He'll say he still comes around. All right. Turn him down 5 times for sex. He comes over 1 time. He tries to progress. Oh, let's wait a while. All right. He'll come over again. All right. Let me touch the titty. All right. Let me see if I can get in there. And then you let him go so far and he fucking finger fucks you and finger pokes you a couple times. And then you like, stop. We're moving too fast. Time number 3, you come over. I'm on my period. Time number 4, he ain't coming over no more. You turn him down on time number 4, he is good as gone. All right, that's having you seen this play out? I don't care how nice and genuine and this nigga sitting there. This is how niggas sit there and shit lying. This is a comedy show, by the way. You don't have to stick around. Niggas be sitting there. Yeah, I generally like you. Oh, wow. Really? Dang, that's crazy. Wow. Damn. Yeah, I see that. No, I'm not one to judge on top of that. I'm not the type of guy that judges on top of that. Yeah. Oh, so you was on OnlyFans? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, man. No, man, I appreciate you being honest and shit like that. Yeah, word. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could get together. Let's get together. You know what I mean? Nah, you know what? We could go to the fair. You could go to the farmer's market. Nah, we could just chill. I ain't trying to do that. You know what I mean? I'm not that type of dude. For real, though. For real. Wow. Damn, he really said that? Your ex really said that? That's crazy. That's crazy, yo. Wow. Damn. Yeah, not me, though. I'm not that type of dude. Yep. I listen, but I don't judge. I listen, but I don't judge. I could never, you know, and this nigga single, bruh. This nigga done this to 12, 15, 20 other bitches. He's still, what do you think he's still single? She thinks she found a gold mine. I pay for first dates. Don't worry about it. He gonna get 3 pieces of pussy, gone. I can't believe you was with a guy like that. Yeah, he sound controlling and insecure, and he sound like a narcissist. He just gonna agree, get 3 pieces of pussy, and you gonna be in a rotation, all right? And then he gonna keep coming back. You gonna find out he fucking 5 women. I found out he was cheating on me the whole time. What did you think? What did you think? All right, anyway. You thought you found a good one. Yeah, He keeps fucking me all the time. Every time we get together, we've been having great sex. It's working out. All right. 5 months later, what happened to that last dude? What happened to that great 100% wonderful, wonderful ass nigga? What happened to Mr. Wonderful? Where he at? Where Mr. Wonderful at? The guy that just listens to you and just, you were so wonderful. All right, where he at? Oh, he ain't there no more. All right, he had another bitch. All right, you found out. Okay, Mr. Slow pimping ass nigga. I thought he was so much different than the rest of the guys. All right, anyway, that's how they work. And you can't tell them nothing. You can just be like, okay, just keep walking, falling for the same trap. No government aim, appreciate your hard work, even when you aren't feeling 100%. Keep slapping these Porsche Marquise. What is that? All right, shout out to you. I'm not sure what that is. Shout out to you, Free Agent Lifestyle for Life. Okay. All right, but they always think the next guy, Mr. Wonderful, and that they prime Punani came in and they, you know, he missed all the other bitches and he's just so great. He's so wonderful. All right, yo. Woo-wee. Woo-wee. But you can't tell them nothing. Even hoes be out here thinking they be out here full-time hoeing and they think they're going to find a honest, regular dude. And I'll be like, bruh. Shout out to KW says for the karaoke session. He says, I was trying hard not to burst out laughing in my cubicle. That is a sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
Shout out to you right there. Gary says, my close friend recently told me she found her ex on the T app and supposedly got the herp derp. He says, I stated that I shouldn't be on the app. She said, nope, you're not. All right. It says right here, I'm shocked. He says, I'm like you looking me up. She stated, hell yes. All right. Shout out to you right there. There's some stuff there. All right. But you're not on the app. Most of the guys that are good guys, decent guys, like you ain't screwing women over. Like most of the guys on there are bum ass niggas. Bums. And women deal with bums. All right, we got the main event coming up here. Let me see if I need to do It's an Evil World We Live In, if it has anything to do with the main event. Yeah, I think I can skip those evil worlds. Yeah, we can skip that. All right, do me a favor, man. Hit the like button. Can I stretch out for a little bit? I got to stretch out for a little bit.
The Money Mindset 2025. Join us if you are looking to elevate your mindset to the next level and get your financial information and game back to where it needs to be. This is the blue chip mindset on steroids. We have 80 plus episodes from the last 2 years that you missed available via playback. You can get all of those episodes. Also, every live stream on Sunday night with all of our great contributors with subjects, cryptocurrency, investment, money 101, money 201. Also, if you're looking to become a social media content creator, this is the group for you. 2 times a month, we give you content creator information about how much money you can make via content creation. What are the most popular forms of content creation coming forward in the next few years, and how you can capitalize on an opportunity to be a content creator. Join patreon.com/Coach Greg Adams to find the Money Mindset link. Let's get our blue chip mindset on. The window is still open.
Hey, let's go. Main event. The main event is here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being patient, but the entire show was the main event. Don't ever think that this is going to be the best part of the show. I feel sorry for you when you guys skip all the way ahead. What's the main event? And I'm like, bruh, you didn't miss an entire great classic ass show. Hit the like button. The Money Mindset link is below in the chat, and it's in the description box. Main event here. We got a woman that is a TRAD destroying her entire marriage live on Al Gore's internet. This was from a few weeks ago, and a lot of people have been commenting on it, especially from the white people. Shout out to the white people here.
Where the white women at?
So this is not a woman that is dressed like a skeezer or a 304. She's a white wife. You know, the white wife, the woman that is dressed, I just want to be a wife and the mom. All right, and you move to a suburb in Boise, Idaho, and you think, hey, my wife will never leave me. She'll never do that to me. All right, we go to the church of rock and roll. All right, we go to the church of rock and roll. All right, my wife raises the kids, and she's happy being a mom, and she chose to stay home and give up her career. All right, she'll never divorce me. And statistically, it's true. These women are least likely to divorce you, but when they do, they are the worst person to face in divorce court. All right, typically, they're the worst. So we have a traditional wife. I'm going to show her on the screen real quick. All right, we got her. There she is right there. TRAD wife, a white wife. There she is there in her SUV. And there she is with her car seats in the back. So we have car seat ass bitch. All right.
Hey, where are the white women at?
So we had a woman here with children young enough to ride a car seat backwards. All right. So these are young children. You know, if the car seat's facing backwards, this is a young child. And she says, I'm ready for divorce.
I'm not happy.
All right. So she's well taken care of. You can tell she's a kept woman. She goes to Botox and gets, her skin treatment. She also has cut and color. She has the porn star, the 1990 porn star, or the 2000s soccer mom haircut. All right. This is 90 porn star turns into soccer mom haircut. So this is all achieving the successful man's, I got me a porn star for a wife, trophy wife type shit. And she's all buttoned up with her little motherfucking vineyard vines. Right? She's all conservatively dressed. You can see there she's not dressed like a horror skeezer. She probably was in college. Traditional white wife. All right, traditional white wife ass bitch. Where's she at?
Where the white women at?
All right. She doesn't have excessive makeup on. All right. She's a little bit muted, well taken care of. She looks like she got a nice. You get it. You get the point. So let's get the video started right here. She's going to say right here. What is she going to talk about here? Let's start the video up. It's 5 minutes.
I don't know if I'm going to actually post this because this is super vulnerable for me and I'm a pretty open person. But earlier this year, I told my husband I wanted a divorce. And this would probably shock a lot of my friends and my family because I hadn't told anybody, okay? I walked myself through the logistics of where would I live, how would we split the time with the kids, who gets the dog, where all of those things, okay? Had a full breakdown. I feel like I have been searching for something in my relationship that we don't have for the whole time we've been married, which has been 10 years. There is not a single thing about my husband in and of himself that I do not love. Let me be very clear about that. He is the most self-disciplined, loyal, hardworking, good person that you could meet.
Let me stop it right here. I'm going to stop it right here. It's a 5-minute video. I cannot let the whole thing rip. You can go to Twitter and find this video. It was talked about maybe about 3 weeks ago. I think I was traveling at the time, so I missed the hype of this one. So, as you heard, the husband was doing exactly what these husbands were suggesting. Remember earlier? These husbands were suggesting this, right? This guy was suggesting it as well, right? I'm going to put my wife's happiness in front of everybody else. I'm going to do this. And I say, yeah, just kick the can down the road and see what happens. All right? Eventually, I'm not happy is around the corner. Happy. All right, because she sees that as weakness. She cannot respect you at a certain level. At some particular point, you're worth more divorced than married. She calculated that. You're worth more divorced than married. How much you're gonna get? How much you're gonna be able to live and move in the next place? You're worth more divorced than married. People think I make this shit up because I say it and it's so lethal when I say it, and you're like, that doesn't make sense. But she said I calculated it over the entire marriage, what it would cost for me to live here and split up custody. You're worth more divorce than married. And the divorce was planned ahead of the marriage. She said the entire marriage, she felt like this. So she been thinking about this 10 years. Every time she slept with the guy, I keep having to say, I keep hating to say this because when I say it, y'all be like, Coach, it ain't really like that. If it's like that, it's bad for you. It's terrible. We don't know which wives are going to be like this, but we know there's a high divorce rate. We know some women, most women initiate divorce, and we know that it's not always the guy that was the bad guy, although she comes out and plays the victim. And we know also they have a replacement, right? There's another bull in the ring. 75% of women have a replacement or an idea who she's going to monkey branch to. You can't keep denying what I'm telling you because there's always going to be a woman that explains it. And then I have to say, that's what I told you. You're worth more divorced than married. The entire time you were fucking your wife, you thought it was gravy. You thought it was good. But deep in the back of her mind, nobody knew that she was calculating how to get up out of this bitch. Not me, not my girl. And you find out. You're wonderful. You're great. You do this. You're loyal. You're considerate. Still, she's going, how can I get out of this shit? Giving you marital pussy. Sleeping next to your monkey ass. And she still, at the end of the day, when you at work, chipping away, grinding, getting to what? The top of your economic food chain and ladder. You're like, finally, I'm the CEO, nigga. And she like, fuck it, I'm divorcing you. Hey, people think I'm making this up. People think I make this shit up. I'm not lying to you guys. Women change like this. Even when you're the good guy. Even when you're the good guy. Then they fuck someone else and blame you. You pushed me into his arms. You were insecure. I'm telling you, you cannot no longer deny me. Yes, this is just one woman, but I've been doing this show for 8 years. How many women have you seen just validate everything that I say? They don't say it as bad as me because they're a little bit flowery and colorful with their language, and they use a little bit of wordplay. All right, they use that wordplay, and their voice is a little bit, yeah, you know. But when I come and tell you what this and label this shit, you're worth more divorced than married, and she's calculated that shit all while giving you marital pussy. You think you winning, but you losing, nigga. It's only a matter of time. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Nigga, this is the truth. She's smiling in your face all the time when a divorce scrape your ass. Stop denying me, bruh. Stop denying me. She making you motherfucking dinners and kids corn dogs and dino chicken nuggets the entire time. She thinking, how the fuck can I get up out of this shit? Bruh. And you supporting and paying and taking her bitch on vacation and family vacations and taking fucking holiday pictures and shit and buying Christmases, bitch kissing you under the mistletoe, all of that time. You buying her motherfucking diamond pendant earrings and all of that shit. She in the motherfucker, you can support her the entire time, all whole time. She like, you know what? How can I dip up out of this motherfucker? When I said men are in love, women are in business, nigga, when I said that, I meant it. When I told your ass earlier, nigga, you disposable. You disposable. You think I'm lying? Can't fucking fuck with me on this subject. The only way you beat me is survive a marriage till death do you part. And you buried next to that motherfucker, right? That's the only way you beat me. And statistically, you're not going to beat me. You're going to have to beat me to the death. You're going to have to survive a whole marriage, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, and you ain't going to do it. Ain't going to do it. Statistically, 95% chance y'all be divorced. All right, by 40 years, 50 years. Wait, that's the wrong sound effect. All right.
Acknowledge me.
Thought and plotting the whole fucking time. All right, so let's start right here. Sorry for interrupting, but I had to pat myself on the back. You can't beat me at this subject matter, man. I know these women. Can't give them the benefit of the doubt. All right, so here we go right here.
Been in and of himself that I do not love. Let me be very clear about that. He is the most self-disciplined, loyal, hardworking, good person that you could meet on this planet. And that is probably the reason why I have not left. Okay. Our relationship and what my expectations are for my marriage and what they always have been are not met, right? Which I don't know if anybody's are. The reason that pushed me to even bring up divorce and talk about it was the fact that I feel like I can't be myself with my husband. And it's really confusing because I'm 32 years old. I am a mom of 3 and I still don't know who I am. So
Stop.
Like,
Stop. Didn't I tell you that earlier? I just told you that. What did I tell you? If you 24 or 25-year-old as a woman, don't tell me anything. You have nothing to tell me. I said, you don't even know who you are yet. I just said that earlier. I've been saying that for years. A woman under 30 doesn't even know who she is. She don't even know who she's going to be when she's 35 or 40. I just said that. And you found out while married. That's where the bait and switch comes in, because you married her at 24. Now she's 34. She figured she's going to be different. She's going to be a different woman. Then she's going to be like, I want to find out who I am. I want to be this. I want to go back to school. I want to go back to work. I want to have a career. I don't want to have a career. I want to stay at home. She's going to bait and switch you. The bait and switch. I want to discover who I am. She's going to get a nose ring, a tattoo. She's going to head to the fucking streets. That's where she want to go. She girls' nights out. She want to go on the girl trip. She want to be single. She want to see what it's like. She want to be fucked by a couple of guys, get a train ran on her. Do the math. All right? You never know what it is. And all while you're paying her alimony and child support and living in your fucking marital house. Right? So, guys, I don't know who I am. I feel like I'm not me when I'm with him. This is a bait and switch. You think the bait and switch is going to come and just clobber you and you're going to see it. What she wants to do is experiment. I miss my younger years. I got married young and I had 3 kids. I want to go to the club. I want to see the nightclub. I want to travel by myself instead of traveling with this old nigga. Right? That's what I want to do. I want to get up out of here. I want to not be a mom 24/7. Motherfucker, my frontal lobe wasn't developed. Bitch, like, yep, there's another bull in the ring. There's a guy that has a crush on me and I want to explore that. And then she's going to get pumped and dumped and be back at the husband's door. Right? So this is what I've been teaching you right here. It sounds a little more innocent when she's saying it, but this is the shit that just blindsides the fuck out of dudes. And they don't see it coming, and nobody's going to help you understand. Well, maybe if you hugged her and held her and gave her gifts and took her on vacation and let her stay at a hotel by herself on the weekend. Okay, let's continue.
I am a mom of 3, and I still don't know who I am. So for me to be like, oh, I can't be myself, or you don't love me for who I am, isn't really fair, because I don't know who I am. I'm figuring that out every day. But the reason why I wanted to share this on here in the first place is we are coming up on our 10-year anniversary. We're going to Mexico, to Cabo, for our 10-year anniversary trip. And we're rewriting our vows. We never wrote vows in the first place. We didn't have vows when we got married. And I'm struggling to write my vows. Like, to write a vow. And I think that's because I still feel very unsure in our relationship. The one thing...
Bro, 10 years... Of course, it's at the 10-year mark. Let's just say if they were in California, she would be getting lifetime alimony after 10 years. He's taking her to Cabo for her anniversary. She thinking of divorcing his ass. He has no clue. She's not even in love with him anymore. I can't even think of what the right to this motherfucker. I'm out. She done. She don't even feel it no more. She out. She got the 3 kids. That's about it. We ain't having no more kids. We good there. She gonna take him to Cabo. She gonna drop the bomb on his ass when they come back. And he gonna feel it, and he ain't even gonna fuck this woman in Cabo. She gonna be all frigid and tense and tight, and she gonna fake her way through it, and finally when she get back, she gonna drop the fucking bomb. 10 years, lifetime alimony in California. Cook. And he has no clue. And she gonna be out here getting fucked like crazy on the cock carousel. She gonna be out here like... She's like, I'm unsure. 10 years. Because she's not in love anymore. She's like, this is expendable. I could just kick him to the curb. Why? This guy has no clue. This is what I've been telling y'all. And it's just as innocent as this. Suburban mom. Now, of course, it ends up being a tragic tale. This doesn't work out for her long term. Right? It's not better on the other side. My man, he said,
Here's William!
Yep, she gonna go through getting smashed by plenty of niggies. All right, a lot of black guys. She gonna have her first train or her second since college. All right.
Trying.
Let's continue. Woof, this is heavy shit.
That we finally talked about this past week together, because it's just been something that since we kind of talked about it and I brought it up and we committed to change and we committed to working on our relationship. I started my own business, he quit his job, roles have changed, life has been crazy, and we just haven't come back to talking about this subject. And I brought it up again because I'm like, I'm going to be honest with you, like, writing these vows is hard. I don't feel like we're any closer. I don't feel like anything has really changed since I brought this up 6 months ago, 9 months ago, whatever.
What happened? Oh my God. When I tell you I can't miss, this is the first time I'm seeing the entire video. I wanted to react live. When I tell you I can't miss, I can't miss. The roles changed. She now started a business. She started getting her own money. He quit his job. He's less in the financial seat. She's more in the financial seat. Now she's going to say he's insecure. My nail business is successful. Think of this shit. I am undefeated in this category. I'm undefeated. The roles change. She's like, I don't see him as valuable anymore. He don't make the money he makes. I make more money than him. She start paying the bills and she sees him as a motherfucking little dick prick. Like, what's the point of this motherfucker? What? Fly out, bro. You can't beat me at this. What did I tell you? If you want to see if your woman loves you, quit your job. If you want to see if your woman loves you, stop doing the things, like stop providing, stop texting her, stop doing any of it. Just stop. Quit your job. You think your wife loves you, quit your job. See how much she loves you. Cooked. Man, I can't lose. I can't lose, man. My name is Parker motherfucking Lewis. I'm the Parker Lewis of this shit. Come on, bruh. You can't beat me at this shit. Love don't mix with this pimping.
Come back to talking about this subject. It's just been something that since we kind of talked about it and I brought it up and we committed to change and we committed to working on our relationship, I started my own business. He quit his job. Roles have changed. Life has been crazy. And we just haven't come back to talking about this subject. And I brought it up again because I'm like, I'm going to be honest with you, like writing these vows is hard. I don't feel like we're any closer. I don't feel like anything has really changed since I brought this up 6 months ago, 9 months ago, whatever. And I want to work on our relationship. Like at the end of the day, of course I could get a divorce and try to go find the love that I'm craving with somebody else. But that's going to come with its own hardships, its own complications, and ones that I'm not willing to take on, right? I love Ryan. He is the best father, okay?
Wow. Here we go.
I just need to learn how to explain what I need from him in our relationship, and he needs to be able to give that, and I need to be doing the same for him.
See,
in these streets.
Of course, relationships are not easy. Marriages are not easy. They're very hard. They're very complex, which means in effect, it's another job, right? And it's the most important job you have. So now you got to constantly be clarifying what things are and defining roles and redefining them and going over things and rewriting things. And once things happen, you adjust or you change positions. She was a stay-at-home mom. Now she's a career woman. Now she's a businesswoman. Now we need to redefine the shit. You need to be more control and tell me what to do. Okay, you did it, so I'm going to run amok. All right, and now since I run amok, now you got to clean up aisle 7, aisle 304. You see this? It's constantly in motion. We got to change this and have a discussion about that. We need to talk. Woo-wee. It ain't never just, okay, I did what I needed to do. I paid them bills. I tucked them motherfucking kids in, give me some pussy, let me go to sleep and wake up, rinse and repeat. Nope. Constantly moving that goalpost. Here's a goalpost over here. Kick it through here. Goalpost over here. Kick it over here. Now, people are thinking I'm disagreeing with her. I'm not. What I'm saying is I'm trying to educate you men. You never are safe. Even in your own marriage, in your own house. You ain't never motherfucking safe. She could just take the goalpost and move it over here. Now, kick it from here. All right, here we go. It's always going to be. Always. And you ain't thinking of none of this shit. You ain't think, as a man, you're thinking of none of this. You're thinking my wife is loyal. I hope she don't cheat on me with her personal trainer. I paying the bills. I come home at 5:30. I help play with the kids. I play catch or drop with this goofy ass awkward kid that I got. You know, I take the kids around and play Superman and Spider-Man with them. I toss them in the air. I volunteer at the school. I'm good. Not her. She thought they're plotting over here. Right? Thought they're motherfucking plotting. We need to do this and rewrite this and reclarify this and have a discussion about this. Talk about that. You ain't never safe. 10 years in, that means they've been together at least 12 years. 12 years in, still motherfucking reclarifying shit. Nope. Still not happy. Still can't be content. Still got to ruffle some feathers. Still got above it. And she 32. Somebody says she looks 40. She does, and that's mainly how she's presenting herself, right? If she was single, she wouldn't be presenting herself with this kind of blousy shirt and this particular hairstyle, right? She's presenting herself as a mom, all right? So she looks a little bit older, and she's white. So, yeah, there's that.
So that we can both, like, in 10 years from now, in the next 10 years, look back and say, like, we put in the work and we finally have the marriage and the relationship that we have always wanted. And that is what I want.
20 years later, we finally got it. That's what I want. 20 years in, we finally got, bruh. Hell no. Okay, so guys, for you to get the perfect marriage, you got to go 20 years in with this bitch kicking the can, like moving the goalposts and moving the needle and all this shit. And you playing for you to maybe get it right. That's her goal. Let's continue. By the way, she described him as pretty much near perfect. So he's like 98%, 99% from the free throw line. If I'm not mistaken, I don't want to hear these bitches. Maybe it's something he's doing. She said he's 99% from the free throw line. She didn't say he was arrogant. He needs to work on this. He needs to get back in shape. He needs to be more present. He needs to pick up socks. She didn't say any of that. She was like, he's a wonderful dad. He's great. He's a good dad. He's loyal. 99% from the free throw line. And this motherfucker's over here saying, but yeah, that 1%. Are y'all enjoying this breakdown? Because this is just clarifying all of my teachings. And this is some white woman shit, bro. I mean, everybody does this, but white women drag this shit on like this. All right, let's continue.
I guess the reason why I'm coming on here, and if you've made it this long, that's really nice. What have you done in your relationship to get to that point? If you have been in a place where we are and have worked through it and have found things that have brought you closer or that have given you that relationship, like, I'm just, I guess, asking for advice. Like, what have you done in order to get there and what has worked for you? We're honestly willing to try anything. We have done therapy and counseling before.
Marriage counseling leads to divorce.
And it was fine.
When white women say fine, it wasn't fine. All right, so it was fine. I didn't get what I wanted from it. All right, so yeah, it didn't work.
Honestly, it wasn't like my favorite thing, but I'm willing to try that again. And I don't know, books, podcasts, like what have you guys done that has?
How about you suck his dick again, like enthusiastically? She asked me, so I don't want to hear people mad at me. How about you suck his dick enthusiastically again, like you did when you were in college? All right. By the way, how about you do that? All right, like you did to the next guy you're trying to suck on right now. There's another bull in the ring. There's another bull in the ring. Okay, another guy is making her question her reality. Now, it could be a work husband. It could be somebody she's doing business with. It could be somebody like that. Somebody is in her presence, in her orbit, that's making her question, right? She's right at that right age. She didn't produce all the children she gonna produce, right? She's headed into that mid-30s. Another guy is in her ear. She sees his motherfucker. He's the next hero, right? What if I jumped over to? There's another bull in the ring. I don't know if, I'm not saying they're having an affair, all right, but what I'm saying is she's looking at that possibility of, is this a better option for me? What if I pursue this? He seems like perfect. He's that extra 1%. And once that man becomes present, and this is, as you can see, she was a stay-at-home mom. Now she started her own business. The husband becomes less than. This guy's a primary earner. So she's like, hey, this guy over here makes money, makes a little bit more money than me, makes way more money than my husband. All right. And he's Superman. He's single. He's rich. He has a big house with a pool in the backyard and 2 cars and shit. So she looking over at that nigga like, yo, this is an upgrade. Hypergamy, don't care. So she trying to put her marriage back on track, but she's being disingenuous. Wait, you know what I'm talking about. disingenuous. All right. So that's what you try to be doing right there. All right. Talk about the other guy, Mr. Wonderful on the other fucking side.
It's worked for you to get your marriage to where you want it to be. I just don't like thinking, okay, we've been married for 10 years and we've kind of like been at this same point the whole time. I just don't want to look back 10 years from now and not have tried my best to have this like relationship that we both want and that we deserve and that our kids deserve to see in us. So I'm kind of being vulnerable and posting this on here, but I would just like to know, like, what has worked for you and what advice, I guess, you would have for me.
Yep, there you, oh no. Merp. There it is. This woman is holding your balls in a jar, gentlemen. This woman, you tried to be the nicest husband. You literally hitting it. Like, you hitting it out of the park, man. You did the best you possibly could do. And extra, 99% for the free throw line. But you missed 2 clutch free throws in Game 7 of the NBA Finals. You just couldn't just deliver when you needed. But she got time on the clock. And she's like, yeah, I'm going in for that last-minute Hail Mary buzzer beater. You couldn't cinch them free throws, so poor you sorry sapsucker. It's time to upgrade. Wow.
Here's William.
And look at that Millie. She Millie in the mouth right there. You can see there. All right, there's the Millie mouth right there. Woo! Way. But your boy, I tried to warn you.
I'm not happy.
I tried to warn you. Y'all didn't want to listen. Y'all doubted me. You doubted me. You guys called me a misogynist, a woman hater. You guys called me hurt and bitter. You guys say I don't make. You called me all these names over the years. And I just showed you the game clinching video. How you denying me now? Somebody said the look of guilt. Yep, because she said nothing. Let's see. Can you hear me? Nah, it ain't me. Let me see here. See here. Hold on for a second. Oh, shit. Damn. The fuck going on here? Can you hear me now? Yeah, see, it's back. Refresh the stream. Refresh the stream. It's not me. It was them. It was not me. All right. My stream, I haven't changed any of the settings. All right, let me see something here. All right. You can see my, hold on for a second. My audio is popping. All right. Let me see if I can shape it right here. My audio is good. Yep. See, my audio is good. It ain't me. It's them. My audio is good. I wasn't muted. You can see my audio is popping. It's chipping. It ain't even chipping right there. My audio is good. It wasn't me. All right. Here we go right there. All right. It wasn't me. It was them. It wasn't me. All right. I was cooking. All right. Let me see here. Are we good now? All right, so it wasn't me. All right, so anyway. Let's see. They just didn't want you to hear it. They didn't want you to hear it. All right, let's see here. We got a couple more and then we're gonna get up out of here, man. I gotta get to the gym. Oh, I see. Okay, right here. All right, Porsche Monkeys, shout out to you. Thank you. That's something I don't remember. We got our brother here. Brett Price says, you were the snooker today. Damn the cooker. All right, I went for the jugular. I'm constantly trying to prove my case out here. I'm trying to prove my case. Ghost J says the most entertaining and informative show on YouTube. Hearing what this woman said, would you roll the dice on marriage? Hearing what this woman said, knowing what's going to be the fallout of this marriage. He had 3 kids. It's going to be separate. She's already planning her apartment. Her Pinterest has her apartment design or her townhouse. She's already planning what her bedroom decor is going to look like. Would you roll the dice on marriage today? This is why I say the marital laws are supremely archaic. Knowing what you know about this situation, are you rolling the dice? Like, this is uncalled for, that a woman could just jump up here and do this and threaten this. She literally has the proverbial gun to your head. This marriage, what I was saying earlier, this marriage started around 2010, 2012, right? 2010, 2012. She said they've been married going on 10 years. So the wedding was 2014. But they had to know each other 2012, 2011, 2013. We don't know how long they knew each other. So this is not a modern marriage. It's a young marriage. It's not a long-term marriage yet. It's almost there. But this is a marriage from before Tinder. This marriage was before Tinder. This marriage was before Instagram. This marriage was before the smartphone. This marriage was before So this was before all of what we know has destroyed the dating marketplace. But you have this woman that's seeing all of this fucking freak off out here. She's like, I want to do that. So, yo, whew. Would you roll the dice? Shout out to Devontae Swing. My girlfriend has a friend who married her husband in the Dominican Republic. It's the husband's second marriage. Any chance he knows about the one-party divorce law? I have no idea. All right, at all. All right, but you can divorce on a one party. He probably doesn't have a clue. He ain't even planning for it. Oof. And it sounds like she was 22 years old when they married, so they were relatively young. This is why women will say, This is why it's better for young women to not, this is why it's better for women to not get married young. So they're going to hear this and say, this is why you don't get married young. This is what they're going to take from that. A man named G says, why would a man stay in a sexless cohabitation? Because most men have trouble getting sex outside of cohabitation. They still have better odds getting sex in that cohabitation. Most men need a cohabitation to get sex. That's the only way they're going to get it. Or paying for it, which some guys don't want to pay for it at all. Okay, so most men have to be in a relationship to get sex. That's the only way they can get it. Sometimes it's a religious, moral. Sometimes it's, they don't have any game. So when the woman pulls back the sex, he doesn't know what to do. How else will I get sex? How else am I going to get it? I mean, I had to meet a new girl and trick her out of her panties. Most guys can't do that. So most guys need sex, cohabitation, relationship, marriage, sex, girlfriend to get sex. All right. Or they'll have to trick, which again, most guys are not comfortable with tricking. All right. They're not comfortable with it. So they're like, but I want it to be genuine and I want her to really like me. So most guys have to be in cohabitation or marriage to get sex. All right. The reality of it. Reality of it. And even from a family time, how they were raised, morality, religion. There's guys out here, I can't never see myself cheating. And I would never cheat on my girlfriend. There's some goofy ass niggas out here. Right? There's some guys out here, I don't see myself sleeping around. I can never sleep around. I can never cheat on my girlfriend, even if she's not giving me sex. There's some men out here that are goofy. And they live their whole life like this. It's like, God damn. It's crazy. And they'll live with a whole woman, talking to her, listening to her, massaging her shoulders when she asks, massaging her feet. All right. Picking up socks when she wants to, sitting in the basement, watching football games on a little TV. She upstairs on the big TV watching Love Island, smoking your cigar or cigarettes in the garage or outside in 100-degree summer heat, having a man cave, yes, dear, honey-do list. Okay, and whole time ain't getting no pussy from her. Whole time. Watching her get fat, listening to her snarky, sassy-ass mouth. Whole time getting no pussy. She tells you there's extra bags of grocery out there. Can you get them? He run out there and go get them. Whole time ain't getting none of his dick wet. Right there. All right, whole time. So, Monk Mode MGTOW, a high-ranking official at my previous company, just got divorced. She gets half of his retirement. She gets the house in which he still has to pay the mortgage on. She gets alimony and child support. He gets to see the kids every other weekend. That's a high-ranking official at your previous company. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Just like that. And most guys that work corporate jobs like that, most guys that work corporate jobs, they're stuck, they're screwed. Because the one thing that saved me in custody and everything is that I had a schedule that I can control. But when you work in corporate, you simply got to hit the road and be at the office 8:30. You might have to travel for your job. And you might not get home till 6. You don't want to leave early. You might have to do extra shit. You know what I mean? Work on a Saturday. Well, you're screwed. All right. She's going to get primary custody and you're going to get fucking cooked in alimony and child support. You're going to get cooked. All right. Because you're unavailable. You're unavailable. Now for me, I was like, nah. I work a couple hours in the morning, a couple hours in the evening, but I'm available to pick up my kids. I can control my own schedule. Right. I can have somebody step in for an hour and leave. You know what I mean? I don't need, if he gets 50% custody, how is he going to take care of his kids? So he's got to only see them on the weekends. He's got to voluntarily cut that. He can't leave that job just to assume 50% custody. He's got to give that up. As soon as he gives that up, he fucked up. that child support and alimony, he gonna get cooked in that divorce. Cooked. Right? Cooked, filleted. He doesn't even want to give up he's high-ranking official at his job. He's not gonna give that up for 50% custody. So he gonna give up whatever she wants. The house, the kids, the cars, all that. So he can keep his job and his status and the position. And he gonna have to keep that job to pay up that $1,200, $1,500, $2,000 a month in child support. All right, plus giving up the house and so forth and so on. He cooked. This is why you see most of these white dudes, they just bend over and take the shit. Ain't nothing he could do. Ain't nothing he could do. He can't get 50-50 custody. I mean, he can technically, but he ain't gonna be able to do it. And as soon as he does do it, and let's say he took 50% custody and he had his mom or a babysitter or a nanny, she gonna run up in court and say, nah, I can be present with the kids. I can pick them up from school. All right, so why are they with a nanny when they can be with me? Cooked. And don't let these kids be young, 6 months, a year, 2 years, and they still being breastfed. Cooked. Cooked. All right, he going to have to give up that custody, 90%, 85% custody. He'll have to get that shit up. And then eventually, them weekends that he gets the kids, he ain't going to be able to even fulfill that because there's going to be a work commitment. It's going to be they're going to have a conference in Vegas. All right, and then he going to have to call her up. Hey, I got a conference in Vegas that weekend. Can you take the kids and I get the next weekend? She going to be like, nope. Nah, because we going to Disneyland the next weekend. Can't get that next weekend. Okay, if you can't keep up with the custody schedule, why don't you just go ahead and cooked? Then she gonna go to court. He not even showing up on his visitations. All right, he got a conference over here and he doing it over there and he's messing up my custody time because he wants to constantly change the schedule. Why don't you just, and now you got motherfucking one weekend. All right, now you got one weekend. By that point, you just don't wash your hands. Fuck it. All right. Now you rarely ever seen your kids. And now she done gone in for child support on 95% custody and you cook. Now you paying $2,600 a month in child support. You see how this works? See how this works? It's not a game that y'all want to play. I'm giving y'all the inside information on how this shit works. Do not think y'all can get ahead of this. It's an evil ass game. And you are the disposable pet wallet. It's all based on, I love this one motherfucking woman. Okay? Shout out to our brother Michael Flake says, praise see God Allah. Shout out to you. I appreciate that. Oh, man. I had to hit y'all over the head, bruh. It's hardcore out here. Shout out to Steven says, I had a friend that divorced after 27 years of marriage. They had 2 grown daughters, a nice house, car, investment. His wife reconnected with her high school boyfriend on Facebook. She left, and of course, that relationship didn't end up lasting. 27 years doesn't guarantee 28. 27 years, and she had a fling. She had a high school fling. She wanted to rekindle the spark with her high school mate and feel like it was back to the motherfucking future. She went there, got dick down. 6 months later, now she done set ablaze the relationship after getting pumped and dumped. Pumped and dumped. All right. These married women be listening to these guys. This guy really cares about me, and he listens to me at work, and he listens to me during text messages, and he responds. All right. Even when he's busy, my husband doesn't even respond to my text. And then she goes and blows up the relationship, goes over there, get pumped and dumped viciously. And then back over here looking at your goof ass. Now you done moved on. You like, fuck you, bitch. And now you in a divorce, bitter divorce. All right, guys, man, listen. This information I'm giving you is you're going to experience it whether you go through a divorce or not. Okay. You're going to experience this at least once in your marriage. At least once. Like, this is the script of marriage. It's a script. So just because you don't get divorced doesn't mean you're not going to experience it. This is what people think. Well, I'm not going to experience this because I'm never going to get a divorce. Or we never got it. You're going to experience it because one of you guys is going to go through this. By the way, the men go through this as well. Just so you guys know, we go through this as well. There's a man bait and switch as well. There's a man search for young pussy as well. So that was a part of the marriage will, where you see your wife, she's 46 and fat and dumpy, and you see a 25-year-old version of your wife, and you get sprung on her. You're like, I want her. You desire her, and you take a risk. You cheat with that woman, secretary, co-worker. You do something stupid. She's close to you, and then she goes and tells your wife. You come home, and that bitch is sitting in your living room telling your wife everything. Right? And then you're cooked. Okay? I feel guilty. I slept with your husband in his marital bed. Right? And it's the nanny, a coworker, you know. Or she wants you. She wants you to leave the wife and marry her. But you know how much it's going to cost you to leave your wife. And then you string her along and she can't take it no more. All right? It's a cold world, man. It's a cold world. Anyway, shout out to the coach gang. I got to get out of here and head to the gym. That's all the supporters here on the show. You guys have been fantastic and great. You've been patient, but this is the best entertainment here on YouTube, bar none. Nobody can tell you what I just told you. Nobody in this space can tell you what I just told you. They ain't got the stomach nor the experience, so we good as gold. Shout out to a man named G. I answered that question, and we's out of here. Peace.
Better boss up, nigga.